determination. Indeed, it was as an associate at Simpson Thacher that Jonathan wrote his first book, Carryover Basis, under the 1976 Tax Reform Act, becoming the nation's foremost expert on that subject at the ripe age of 32. As a lawyer at the beginning of his career, Jonathan found that he was constantly questioning standard paradigms and the way things had always been done. For example, it was standard in the 1970s for trusts to provide for the mandatory payout of trust assets to beneficiaries at certain ages like 30, 35, and 40. Jonathan started to ask, well, why is that the case? Who benefits and who loses from those mandatory payouts? What if the practice were different? Later, as a partner at Milbank, Jonathan quickly became known as one of the most technically expert and creative lawyers in the country, much sought after for his ability to respond to almost every single new piece of legislation with a strategy or technique that could help the nation's richest families either postpone, minimize, or avoid paying millions of dollars in taxation in the transfer of wealth from one generation to the next. As David K. Johnston has written, Jonathan Blattmacher is so well known that he alone among us is identified by one name, like Cher or Madonna by other tax professionals. Drop, well, Jonathan said, into any conversation, and every estate and gift tax lawyer in this country knows exactly who you are talking about. While at Milbank, Jonathan represented many of the richest families in America, including several members of the Rockefeller family. Throughout his years of active practice, Jonathan was engaged in several law firm reform efforts that will be of interest to those of us here today. Working through the organized bar associations, Jonathan was the primary architect of New York's decanting legislation. Some of you may have studied so far. Soon copied by other jurisdictions, that is the law that permits the assets in one irrevocable trust to be decanted or poured into a new trust where certain conditions are satisfied. When colleagues in New York were less than enthusiastic about his proposals to repeal the rule against perpetuities or allow self-settled asset protection trusts, he sought like-minded individuals in other jurisdictions who might be interested in that kind of paradigm-shifting transformation of the law. Not without some initial setbacks, Jonathan found a receptive audience for many of his ideas in Alaska, a place he has returned to as often as he's been able to since 1974. Alaska is a place where Jonathan hunts, fishes, and changes paradigms. With the enactment of the Alaska Trust Act in 1997, Alaska became the nation's leader for innovative trusts and estates law. In a few short years, it became possible to have in Alaska perpetual trusts, self-settled asset protection trusts, elective community property, and more. These reforms spread into other states, and jurisdictions now compete mightily for trust business. Just last month, Mother Jones magazine called Jonathan Blattmacher one man who helped make America a global tax haven. Later today, we will hear both supportive and critical perspectives on many of the changes for which Jonathan Blattmacher is personally responsible. There's perhaps no single person with a greater influence on today's topic. Before turning it over to Jonathan, I want to make sure to also give you a sense of what I know about Jonathan as a person. He serves as a captain in the U.S. Army and deeply loves his country. In many ways, Jonathan represents constancy and continuity. He still lives in the town where he grew up on Long Island and has been married to his wife, Betsy, for 52 years. Jonathan is a father and a grandfather, but Jonathan also is a technology enthusiast and visionary. Did I mention that he developed one of the first computer-assisted smart assembly systems for wills? Long before artificial intelligence was a common phrase, while urging all of us to think harder and deeper about what is possible in the law and leading by example, Jonathan is a consummate teacher and colleague. He enjoys talking to law students and junior colleagues, as he does some of the bold-faced names we would know from the newspaper. Jonathan is unfailingly generous with his time and energy, and we are so glad to have you today to be a part of this symposium. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan Blattmacher.
Well, thank you very, very much for that generous introduction. And I want to say to the students that I cannot tell you how important the Tax Reform Act of 1976 was. This revolutionized estate planning. They brought in the concept of generation skipping transfer taxation. They increased the amount of the marital deduction. They unified the estate and gift tax systems. They did a variety of things, including repealing the biggest giveaway under the Internal Revenue Code the income tax-free step-up in basis. I mean, think about this. You bought Microsoft at $5 a share. It goes up to 100, and if you sell it, obviously you have to pay a tax on a $95 gain. But if the day before you were going to sell it, you happened, or your family happened to be lucky enough for you to be run over by a bus, they would inherit that property and inherit it without any tax for a variety of reasons. And yet their basis would no longer be the $5 that you paid for it, but the $100 that it was worth when you were hit by that bus. And I won't give you the reason, but I knew from my father, who was one of the leading tax lawyers in the United States, that that was an extraordinary factor in all of taxation. In fact, it is still the leading factor in all of estate planning, gaining that income tax-free step up in basis. But what it allowed me to do was, even though I knew almost nothing as a young lawyer, in fact, it was mentioned that I came up with the concept of decanting. Well, at Simpson, Thacher, and Bartlett, I worked for two guys who just weren't that interested in the practice of law. So they're giving me that opportunity to draft trusts for people who had millions of dollars, and I didn't know what I was doing. So I'm drafting these irrevocable trusts. And I thought, my gosh, suppose this law changes that way. Suppose I misinterpreted something. And again, I'd only been practicing for a couple of years because I'd been in the Army right after law school. So I really, really was worried about it. So I thought, well, we're providing for an invasion of the trust to be paid over to the beneficiary, the child or grandchild, whoever it might be. And I said, well, why don't we allow the trustee to pay it over to another trust so we can eliminate the mistakes that I've made or to get a better result? And at the beginning, people thought I was crazy. I was doing that, by the way, beginning in 1994. And as Carl and I were discussing in 1991, to try to avoid the generations giving transfer tax, I wrote a statute for New York allowing all trusts, even those I didn't have and which didn't provide for that, to be able to be paid over to another trust for at least some of the beneficiaries of the original trust. And I think that probably is the most important or broad-reaching law I've ever drafted. I've probably written 100 laws, but I think that one is the one that has really caught on the most. And again, nothing happened. 91, New York does it. Nobody pays attention. In 1997, Alaska adopted it. And then a couple of years later, Delaware did, and it caught on. And one of my proudest things is that my dear friend, Carlin McCaffrey, clearly the leading estate planning lawyer in the United States today. I mean, there's no one who can touch Carlin. I mean, she's just brilliant. She called me one day and said, Jonathan, your decanting law is the most important law passed in my career. I've got to tell you, it just made my heart sing. It was extraordinary. It really is. For those of you who are law students, I want you to pray that Congress really changes the estate and gift tax laws, because most of the older lawyers won't take the time to learn the new provisions. That happened after the 76 Tax Reform Act. They're too lazy. They don't want to do it. But I studied it like crazy, and it made me a relatively famous young lawyer. And I'm very, very thankful to the Congress that the 76 Tax Reform Act passed, even though most of the provisions came later. Carryover basis, which really was my song, my swan song, that was repealed in 1980 retroactively, even though Jimmy Carter, when I met him at his office in 1979, told me, Jonathan, I gave him a copy of my book on carryover basis. He said, Jonathan, I promise you, I will not hesitate to veto any bill that comes across my desk which has a repeal of carryover basis. Well, guess what? The Republicans found one. It was called the Windfall Profits Tax Act of 1980. And he desperately wanted that. Remember, oil prices are going through the roof. Oil companies are making tremendous amounts of money. And he wanted that Windfall Profits Tax Act. And the Republicans put in a repealer of carryover basis. And that was the end of it. But what was the joke? The Supreme Court declared the Windfall Profits Tax Act of 1980 unconstitutional. But it never came back. But believe it or not, from time to time, I get a call from a congressman or a senator saying, Mr. Blattmacher, we need to raise some money. What do you think about carryover basis? And I said, well, it's a great idea, but I don't think politically you can get it through. And today it hasn't happened. Now, this symposium is supposed to be whether the estate and gift taxes actually aggravate the great disparity in wealth in the United States. And in fact, as you know, our disparity in wealth in the United States is worse than it ever has been in our nation's history. And of all the countries in the world, the disparity of wealth in the United States is about the worst. Worse than Russia, worse than China, worse than Argentina, worse than Canada. It's really bad. Well, does the estate and gift tax make it worse? Well, I think by definition, the answer is no. Because if the estate and gift tax is imposed upon the wealthiest people in our country, in theory, and that means that it actually reduces the disparity in wealth. So should I just now sit down and be done? Well, let's talk about, a few more things. Keep in mind that there are proposals for repeal of the estate and gift tax system. And of course, there have been very many proposals to actually stiffen the estate and gift tax and use that as a way to cause basically some breakup of wealth so we don't have quite as much wealth disparity. Now, Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the greatest judges and perhaps of all judges we've ever had on the Supreme Court, perhaps the most famous one we've ever had over the long term. Remember, he was on the Supreme Court until he was 100 years old. And he said, and you all know this, I like taxes because with taxes, we buy civilization. And that's kind of true, but there's another way to fund our government, and that's just to print money. Now you might say, that's ridiculous. What do you mean just print more money? Well, that's a way to do it. And in fact, when you think about it, every year, our government spends money in part by collecting taxes, but also by deficit spending. You see it every time. What is the deficit? And that happens. In fact, the last time we didn't have a deficit was the last 2 years of Bill Clinton's regime, when we actually wound up having a surplus that way. And of course, there are, as I said, proposals to actually eliminate the estate and gift tax. Now, why do they say that? Well, you've got an article, maybe you'll never read it, but I can assure you your children and grandchildren will love to hear about it, about why we have to get rid of the estate tax. One of the reasons is it is an unfair double tax. You've all heard that, right? Well, let me tell you about Carlin. Carlin has a housekeeper. Carlin gets her salary, her profits from her firm, and she pays tax on it. And she's left with extra money, and she then pays her housekeeper. Well, that money has already been taxed in Carlin's hands, and now it's being paid to her housekeeper, who also pays a tax. Is that a double tax? No, because it's a different taxpayer. And think about it. If you have, Bill Gates has his money, he's paid tax on it, or he hasn't. When he dies, he doesn't pay the estate tax. It's his heirs who pay the estate tax. It's a different taxpayer. So the argument that it's an unfair, ridiculous double tax just doesn't really stand up because it's a different taxpayer. Now, the other thing is that it kills farms and closely held businesses. And believe it or not, I'm from a farm family. But my ancestors on Long Island owned extensive farmland. I wish they still owned it, because then I would have big estate and gift tax problems, but they sold it off over the centuries that my mother's family had been on Long Island. But it's supposed to kill it. My mother's two brothers became farmers in North Carolina. And I, in fact, if I had been able to do it, I probably would have been a farmer. But my father wouldn't let me go to an agricultural college. He made me go to a liberal arts college, and that's how I wound up being a lawyer, in effect. But you don't basically have the estate and gift tax carrot. Now, the Miami Dolphins was owned by a family in Florida, and after the owner died, they lost it. Was it attributable to the estate tax? Well, what I've read, it was really attributable to lack of management. And by the way, they own the Miami Dolphins, for those of you who follow football. By the way, I guess that means that the Miami Dolphins no longer exist, right? Is there still a football team called the Miami Dolphins? Yes, it didn't go away. And think about it. Let's say in your town, David, you guys are in Dallas, a nice part of Dallas. Belinda told us about it. Now, David told me that there are 3 pizza parlors in your community. And that's what the people demand. They want 3 different pizza parlors. One does traditional Italian, some do Sicilian, there's another one with a mixture of things. Now, suppose one of those goes out of business because the owner dies and basically they can't pay their estate tax. Does that mean you're only going to have 2 pizza parlors now in your part of Dallas? I don't think so, Belinda. I think someone will come in and start a new one. The reason whether a business exists has nothing to do with taxes. It has to do with the economics and the needs of the community. The estate and gift tax do not kill businesses. They may shift the ownership from one to another. And that's every single time. And yes, there are lots of beautiful farms which are taken over and developed, but if you need more farmland, it will come about. They will do what's called taking in the land, basically removing the trees, draining the swamp, which has its own problems, but you will have as much in the way of farmland as you need, or it'll be come in from overseas. So that's, that's one that's there. The other one is that it costs more to administer the estate and gift tax than it collects. Garbage, pure garbage. It doesn't. The estate and gift tax, in fact, is one of the most efficient taxes we have. In fact, in estate and gift tax attorneys, who are the ones that administer the estate and gift tax system for the IRS, figure they make about $10,000 an hour for every hour they put on an audit, which is even more than Carl and Troy. David, is it more than you are billed out at now? Well, I don't know about that. I don't know. But they make about $10,000 an hour. That's extraordinary. It's an extremely efficient tax system. Now, the proposals to repeal are there. Now, big deal for me. Remember, I started getting these laws passed in the 80s and the 90s and so on and so forth. And then came George W. Bush. And you remember he had run against Al Gore and we didn't know who won. And finally, in December of 2000, the Supreme Court declared that George W. Bush was the president-elect of the United States. The day that the Supreme Court came down with its decision, of course, it was all over the news, and George W. was interviewed, and he said, "My number one repeal of the estate and gift tax." And I called my dearest friend, Mitchell Gans, and I said, "Mitchell, we have to write an article about the ramifications about estate and gift tax repeal." Now, by the way, I thought George was going to have it. He now has 51 votes in the Senate. He has a majority in the House of Representatives. He's the head of the party. He's the one that brought in this Republican control of Congress in year 2000, beginning in 2001, of course. And I said, let's write an article about the ramifications of estate tax repeal. So we write this article, and it was published in Tax Notes, which virtually no one reads. Well, about 3 days after it's published, I got a call from a guy who claimed to be a reporter from the New York Times. And he said, "Mr. Blattmacher, we found your esoteric article in Tax Notes. And on Monday in the New York Times is going to be a front page article about your article." And I said, "Which one of my fraternity brothers is this?" I mean, I just had no notion that anybody would have such an interest. But sure enough, on Monday, they had an article about our article, and they interviewed a lot of other people. And I started getting a lot of calls. I got a call from Bill Gates Sr., who was one of the leading estate planning attorneys in Seattle. I had done work with him. That's the rich Bill Gates' dad. And he said, "My son and I are in favor of retaining the estate and gift tax system." Well, that was something. David Rockefeller Jr., who was a client of Milbank, called me and said, "Jonathan, I want you to know that my father and I and many other members of our family want to keep the estate and gift tax system." I also got a lot of actually threatening letters from people who were very angry that, we had written this article. But if you go through that article, you will see Mitchell and I never say keep the estate tax or don't keep the estate tax. We only said that these are the ramifications. For example, up until around the year 2003, the states used to get a piece of the federal estate tax through something called the state death tax credit. And there's a long history of that. but it was gone. And Mitchell and I sent a copy of our article to every governor in the state. And some of them actually, who were Republicans, called George W. and said, "Don't take away that state death tax credit," which was actually eliminated in the 2001 Bush Act. Well, that was kind of important. But there's something else that happened. Number one, I got a call from a pretty high up person in the Treasury Department. And he said, "Mr. Blattmacher, we read your article and you have convinced us we cannot repeal the gift tax." And I said, "Oh, good." And he said, "The reason is that, as you said in your article, the gift tax not only acts as a backstop to the estate tax, it acts as a backstop to the income tax. For example, Bridget, who's made a lot of investments in cryptocurrency, decides she's going to sell $5 million worth of her crypto. Well, guess what? She's not only going to pay federal tax at the highest level, but she's also going to pay state tax. And Bridget's, of course, salary, as you all make in law school, puts you right up to the top bracket of 37%. So Bridget says, I'm going to have to pay this very, very high tax. I don't want to do that. I'm going to have to pay net investment income tax on it. So she says, "Oh, I have a daughter, Aurora. Aurora doesn't live in New York, and she has no other income because she's a medical student. So I'm going to give that crypto to her, have her sell it. She will collect the proceeds, paying less tax, and she will give the net proceeds back to me." And the Treasury said, "We are very worried about that happening. So, Mr. Blattmacher, there will be no repeal of the gift tax." And that was pretty important. But something else happened. The day that the New York Times article was published, Tom Daschle, who was the senator from South Dakota, and he was the leading Democrat in the Senate, they showed him on the news handing a copy, not of our article, but of the New York Times article to every single senator. And I said to myself, I think he'll take my call. So the next day I called and I told who I was. I said, "May I speak with Senator Daschle?" And believe it or not, he comes on the phone. And I said, "Senator, there is no way that you can stop George W. Bush from getting through his tax cuts. And I know you don't want to, but you can limit how long it's going to last." He said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "Well, the Senate has adopted a procedural rule known as the Byrd Amendment, which was put in by Senator Byrd of West Virginia. And it basically says that if you have any bill which either is going to increase the expenditures of the federal government or decrease its revenues, any senator can object to that. And unless you have 60 senators vote to the contrary, then it can only stay in effect for no longer than 10 years. So he said, "Is this true, Mr. Blattmacher?" I said, "Well, I know it's true. Go talk to the parliamentarian." Now, I don't have personal knowledge of this, but one of my dearest friends was a senior member of the professional staff of the Joint Congressional Committee on Taxation. And he called me the next day and he said, "Jonathan, I got to tell you what happened. Daschle went in to see the parliamentarian. And he said, I just got this call from this lawyer in New York who said, I can object and they have to limit the length of the bill to 10 years. Just then, Trent Lott, who was the head of the Senate, he was that senator from, I think, Mississippi. And he said, "What are you talking about?" So they told him, and he said to the parliamentarian, "Well, what did you tell Senator Daschle?" And the parliamentarian said, "I told him it's true." Trent Lott fired him on the spot. I mean, it's true. You look that up. He fired him on the spot. We had a new parliamentarian, and the new parliamentarian said the same thing. And so that really, really happened. And that's why all the Bush tax cuts were going to go away in 2012. And that's why all the Trump tax cuts are going to come back in 2026. That's the Byrd rule. It's a very important thing to have. Now, that's really very important to have in our minds as we go forward. Now, again, as I said, estate and gift taxes don't aggravate the disparity of wealth, but they don't do much in breaking up that concentration of wealth. And when you have brilliant lawyers like Carlin, who have ways to basically eliminate the tax, it's not just reducing the tax, but eliminating the tax, should that be allowed? And that is really kind of a political decision. Now, could those be changed? Yes. In fact, I think Mitchell will talk about some of the things that could be done. And Mitchell, I think you're going to say not just the things that have been proposed in Congress, but things that the Treasury could do on its own to try to reduce the amount of estate tax and gift tax reduction that practitioners can bring to their clients. Pretty important. And one of the questions is, well, Carlin and I did a lot of that. And by the way, I don't think either of us feel bad. That's our job. Clients come to you and say, I want to pay lower taxes. And of course, the simple answer is, right, Belinda? You don't have to charity. You pay no tax. You don't keep the on a basis because charities are exempt from tax under the American tax system. And that could be it. But that's not what they really want. I want to have it go to my family or have it go to my cause. I had a client up in Alaska who basically left his entire estate to the NRA. And when I told him, well, you know, you're going to have to pay tax on that bequest, he said, no, the NRA must be a charity because it's protecting my Second Amendment's rights. He was very shocked about that. By the way, when did he die, Carlin? He died in 2010, the year without estate tax. So the NRA, and he was a very wealthy man, got a lot from that. Now, when I got out of law school, when Carlin got out of law school, David, I don't think you're too young for this. The estate tax rate, federal alone, was 77%. And many states had the additional 5% tax because of the adjustment by the state death tax credit, was up to 82% on taxable estates above $10 million. Now, adjusted for inflation, that would be like 100 million today, but it's not 77% anywhere. The top tax rate is 40%. Some states add an extra on, like New York does, and the state of Washington, which doesn't have an income tax, but it has the highest state death tax, you can get up to a little bit more than 50%. But 50% is a lot lower than 82% as it was when I got out of law school. Now, the big giveaway is the tax-free step up in basis. And I remember, again, this is kind of funny. When I was 14 years old, my parents had some guests for dinner. And one of the people at the dinner said to my father, George, what happens to the basis of property when the owner dies? And my father said, that's a very interesting question. All that inherent gain is forgiven, and the inheritors take over the value on date of death or the alternate valuation date, and no tax is paid. And I said to my dad, why do they allow that to happen? And my father said, well, it's too tough to figure out what the decedent's basis was. Well, because of that happening, when the Tax Reform Act of 1976 passed, I knew that carryover basis was the big deal. In fact, Carlin, I was invited, I was a very young lawyer. Tom McGrath took me to this meeting with Dick Covey, who is the leading estate planning lawyer in the United States. He had called a meeting for the leading estate planning lawyers in New York City. And I was taken along, and I was clearly the youngest person there by at least 20 years. And Dick went on talking about deemed transferors and deemed transferees. He had been counsel to the American Bankers Association, and they were panicked about this generation skipping transfer tax. So Dick went into it, and I don't think anybody in the room had a notion, except I had, fortunately, on a trip I took, had read a little brochure published by CCH about the tax reform bill of 1976. So I knew a little bit about it. And when Dick got done, he said, anybody have any questions or comments? Nobody dared say a word. And I raised my hand and I stand up, and he said, yes. I said, well, Mr. Covey, isn't the big change here going to be carryover basis? And he looked at me with daggers in his eyes and said, young man, you obviously understand nothing. Well, guess what? Carryover basis was the very big deal. Now, does the estate and gift tax break up wealth and stuff? Not really. The way wealth is broken up is by having a lot of children and a lot of grandchildren. I mean, John D. Rockefeller supposedly had the equivalent today of almost $500 billion. But now he has 500 descendants. And Bridget, were you the one who told me that the Rockefellers are no longer in the Forbes 400, or Carlin told that to me? And that's not attributable to lack of good investments. They have a wonderful investment department. They have a wonderful trust company, which, by the way, I recommended that the family form. But they held up because of the thing. In fact, let me tell you a story. One of my partners had her mother die. Mother was in her 60s and the father was in his 60s, and he was still very interested in attractive younger women. And he began dating women who were still of childbearing age. And my partner went wild. Why? Because she knew for every additional child he had, that was taking away part of her rightful inheritance. So she lobbied with her father, and finally he started dating a woman who was 57, beyond at least normal childbearing age, and she got her father to marry that woman rather than the 43-year-old, which he had also been dating for quite some time. So that's it. So having a lot of kids is the way to do it. And if you're the oldest person in your family, Belinda, how many siblings do you have? Only one. Well, you're going to have to split your inheritance with that sibling. And if she were a tall child, she'd get it all. I mean, think about that. You have many kids. Any of the ones of your siblings is going to take away part of course, your rightful inheritance. Now, what is the purpose of the estate and gift tax then? Well, there have been a lot of reasons given. Some people think it's in order to impose a tax on the accretion of wealth. That am I limited in time? About 10 minutes more. Okay. I could do this all day long, obviously. No question about it. I mean, this is my topic. This is my life. But I'm told it's to make up for that, or it's to break up wealth, which really it hasn't done. But there is a reason for the estate and gift tax, and that came about by Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy Roosevelt obviously was brought up in the lap of luxury. He had lots of friends, and he noticed something. All of his wealthy friends never accomplished anything. I mean, you can read about it. He wrote it. He said, what they did is they waited around for their inheritance. Now, these were young men who had the greatest opportunities in America. They went to the best schools. They had the best contacts. They had the best opportunities, but they never took advantage of it because they were waiting for their inheritance. He wanted a 98% estate tax because he said he was going to force these guys who could produce so much, not just for themselves, but for the entire country. He wanted them not to be expecting this tremendous wealth that would have to make it. And let me tell you a true story. I got a call many, many years ago from a guy out in the Midwest who was leaving his entire estate to charity. This will be something good to your heart, Belinda. And he hired me to help him with some things. And I flew out to his city and I went to the family office. And when I walked in, I was accosted by this guy's son, who was about 30 years old. And he said, Mr. Blattmacher, your number one job is to convince our father to leave more than $1 million to my sister. And I said, well, that's not why I'm here. And when I mentioned that to his father, he just dismissed it. Well, that young man was so angry that his father was only going to leave him $1 million. You know what he did? He went out and made 100 million on his own. And it's a true story. And he and his father became thick as thieves. And the son told his children from the time they were old enough, you are only going to inherit $1 million from me, no more. And it's really true. When I'd ask clients, I represented, fortunately, a lot of wealthy people, and I would ask them, what is the most important accomplishment of your life? And it's not, I became a scratch golfer, or I could shoot a duck at 60 yards. In addition to their family, which of course they cared about, it was that they were able to make money. They were able to start businesses, employ a lot of people, but that was the greatest accomplishment in their lives. Now, if they were going to inherit and never had it, in fact, most of the people I represented who were self-made 100 millionaires or billionaires didn't grow up in the lap of luxury. They made it on their own and they were exceptionally proud about it. That's really something that there can be. It's extraordinary. And when you take a look at our economy, I think you can make a reasonable essay that the way our economy grew was from the greed of certain American men like John D. Rockefeller or Henry Ford or now Elon Musk. I mean, Elon Musk, well before he was 30, was a multimillionaire because he was the one that started PayPal. But he didn't do that. He started SpaceX, which is critical to our country because we were really falling behind in the space program, and he came up with something that was terrific. And he's done Tesla, and I don't know what he's going to do. Now he's going to take over. Some other things, whether it's going to happen. But he's not doing it for the money. He is doing it for his ego because he's greedy. And I don't think, even though I've asked a lot of people, what is the most amount of money, Lauren, you think anyone in the United States should have? And I've heard everything from, 100 million to 500 million to $1 billion. 90% is something over $1 billion. $1 billion is enough. You can't spend it all. But I don't think you ought to put a limit on how much they can make because their greed produces things in the economy which makes the economy grow. But when they die, we're not going to tax the person that made it, although they ought to pay ordinary taxes along the way, including, I believe, some sort of tax on the accretion of wealth. Remember, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, all these, Jeff Bezos, all these tremendous people, they do not pay tax. In fact, Warren Buffett questions, why am I paying a lower effective rate of tax on the millions, tens of millions I make every year than my secretary who only gets a salary? I mean, that's a good question. And by the way, that's not simple to do. You can mark to market on marketable securities. I don't know if Mitchell's going to mention this. There may be some limitations on it, but you could do it on it. But you want to spread wealth out because if you spread wealth out, it's going to increase the economy, which everybody benefits from. Everybody does. And the way you do that, Henry Ford allegedly said, I want my workers to make enough money that they can afford to buy one of my automobiles. And if you give more back to the lower end, and by the way, is this my view of things? Believe it or not, it's what the Republicans believe. After George Bush got his 2 tax acts through, the economy began to fall. And what did he and Trent Lott, again, the head of the Senate, propose? Reducing the taxes on the lowest wage earners in the United States. Why, David? Because they'll spend it. I have a son who barely makes minimum wage. He makes about $80 a week, but that's not tax-free. He pays Social Security tax. He lives in Connecticut. He pays Connecticut income tax. If you took those taxes off my son, Jeff, you know what he'd do with the money, Lauren? It's nothing. But you give he's going to save it. Because we'll give a few bucks to our favorite charity. He's going to save it. That's not going to make the economy grow. You want the taxes to hit the highest level of wealth and income in the United States. Very difficult to do politically because the rich really will fight against it. Now, one of the things I think we ought to do, and Carlin, maybe you'll talk about this, we have a section of the code 102, and you know what 102 says? Gifts and inheritance are not gross income. But economically, they are. And in fact, in my career, Carlin, I don't know if you've ever had this, I've had a friend or a family member call me and say, I inherited $100,000 from my Aunt Tilly or whatever. Can I treat that as long-term capital gain? And I say, you don't have to report it as income at all. And they can't believe it because to them, it's income. It's like winning the lottery. Does anybody think that people who win the lottery shouldn't pay income tax on it? Well, if your great aunt Harriet or your Uncle Joe dies and leaves you money, it's income from an economic sense to you. And I think it ought to be taxed as such. So you get a big inheritance that ought to be subject to tax. And it shouldn't have some income averaging. You get that income you pay at the highest rate. Remember, we're not going to tax the person who accumulates that wealth. But when they die, you're going to go ahead and impose that tax. And I think there are very few things that could help the economy more. And remember, when the economy grows, everybody in the country benefits from it. Just like Henry Ford said, I want my workers to make enough money that they can afford to buy my cars. And that's it. Well, I don't know whether or not I made any sense on anything, but I greatly appreciate being here and giving me an opportunity to expound on things that I really care about, and I think we need to look at. Thank you very much.
All right, there is Panera. Tony, where's the Panera? So if you want to take about 5 minutes, so we can give, like, take 7. We'll probably start in about 10 minutes is my guess. Get some breakfast and we'll come back and we'll start the next panel. Tell Mitchell to go ahead and turn on his camera.
Can you
Just
hear
speak
me?
into the microphone. Hey, Mitchell, if you would go ahead and turn on your camera now, that would be great. We're going to start up here in a minute.
Yes, I was gonna use like your little prompt of like, we're gonna hear from practitioners, then. like,
Yeah.
Then
Mitchell, that'd be-
Mitchell, he's at Hofstra, right? And he's talking like Jonathan, I alluded to about like law, like how
I think
the
like
law,
what
what
Congress
Congress
might
can
do.
do.
All right, we have Mitchell up. Why don't you say, let's try and start in like a couple minutes. So maybe we start at 9:50.
Okay, we're gonna try to start at 9:50. If everybody, that's about 3 minutes. We're gonna try to start at 9:50, so in about 3 minutes. Usually my voice is like carried, so I feel like left out, but I'm not able to. Yeah, there he is. Mitchell, Jonathan says hi. Keep him on mute, though.
I'm on mute. I'm slow. I've muted myself.
Yeah, we can sort of hear you. Barry, can you turn it up just a little?
I didn't.
Can you speak again, Mitchell? Can you ask him to speak again? I just want to see.
Mitchell, can you say something again, just to test the mic?
Is he muted right now?
You're on mute, Mitchell.
Sorry, forgive me. I'm going to mute myself again. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, they're testing.
I said,
the
good morning,
volume here.
David. How are you?
Jonathan, you can just cover it. You can cover it.
I mean, you have, well, you know.
Hello. Hello.
Depending on who the person
Hello. Is Mitchell going first?
No, it's, I'm gonna start with Carlin, then go to Mitchell.
I've got the mic.
Oh,
You would guys, anybody prefer first?
if you want to sit, Carlin.
No.
Oh, you want to use the video,
The video.
but we can use it for
We
questions.
can use it for questions.
There won't be questions. So I'm gonna get started. You want me to get started?
Yeah, let's get started and I'll work on the colleagues.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Can you all hear me okay? Good. Okay, so welcome back. We're going to be discussing our first panel. Will get started now. I did want to thank on behalf of myself, Pitt, Tony, Phil, where did Phil go? And for hosting us for this awesome symposium. It's been a while since I've been back at a law school, so I'm excited to be back here. So I'm David Herzig. I'm with Ernst & Young. Like Jonathan told you, I don't get $1 million bonuses. I wish I did. He's my new agent, though, for our upcoming contract negotiations. But I've seen all, like, I think one of the things from my perspective that I'm excited about is I've seen it from lots of different angles. I practiced in law at a big law firm. I was a law professor. I thought about this academically. And now I'm back at a Big Four accounting firm, thinking about it from the income tax side that Jonathan discussed, as well as the estate planning side. So I think from my perspective, I have a lot of tough questions. I will not get to, because I know how panels work. Everybody takes up all the time and we can't ask questions, but should we get there, I have some tough questions that for everyone to think about. So as a frame, I thought would be useful for kind of today. It seems like, you know, the story about how wealth continues to concentrate in fewer and fewer people continues to dominate like a lot of the public narrative. And if you look at like the Fed just came out with a study the St. Louis Fed that talks about wealth inequality, and they use a metric of saying, look, let's take the value of your household assets, that's your liability, that's your net worth, and let's see how that net worth is dispersed across different population bandwidths. And if you look at the concept of the study, what it shows is about 1% of the population in the US, right? 3.3 million households holds a third of the wealth. About 9% or 30 million households holds another third of the wealth. And then the other 90% of households hold the last third of the wealth. And two things from that, right? That's pretty bad, right? Like, it's pretty bad that we have basically 2/3 of our wealth concentrated in 90%, 2/3 of our wealth in 10% of the people. Second, as our esteemed panel will tell you, I mean, Bridget practiced at one point, Carlin practiced, I did. That's a horrible measure of wealth, assets minus liabilities. Like, it's like, unless you talk to my clients who are the wealth creator, they don't have assets, they have trusts. Those trusts hold things. I'm just a beneficiary of the trust. So like, if you really look at it, if you looked at the real numbers for who owns stuff, this is probably a really bad measure of wealth inequality. If you ask me, it's probably way worse if you look at it than the numbers show. So when we think about this, that's going to kind of prompt two frames. I'm just helping everyone, like, as we go through our panel, the next panel, think about this. There's going to be two kind of things that you hear today. And Jonathan alluded to kind of both of them already. One is we need to reform the structural designs and increase either estate taxes to deal with wealth concentration or income taxes or both, right? We need to think about a new design structure that's going to do what Jonathan kind of alluded to, which is how do we stop wealth just from passing from person to person without being subject to either income tax or estate tax? And that's been really the dominant narrative, right? Over the last year, as the Democrats or 2 years have been in power, right? You've seen that in like the New York Times, you've seen it in Build Back Better Act, you've seen it in like various things that have come up. So that's one position. The other position is, are these reform measures good or bad for the economy as a whole? And that was Jonathan's other point, like, will we grow if we make reform? The problem that Jonathan dismissed pretty quickly, which is fine, but that is still part of the public dialogue, is if you redistribute wealth through government mechanisms, the government tends to be a really bad redistributor of wealth. Like, it's really good if you're maybe in the defense industry. It's really bad if you're like public schools, right? So if you think about it, do you choose the government to do the redistribution or not? And when I look at it kind of from my perspective, you also have, like, if that wealth then is put into trusts, do we really want the government to kind of redistribute things out of trust so that, like, basically the assets in those trusts, the businesses in those trusts kind of drive the economy? And so let me kind of throw out a more complicated, nuanced example that will kind of lead us to think about this today. So let's say we have a family that owns a national chain of rest stops. So not just a single pizza parlor, but rest stops across this whole country. These stores are throughout America. They're not just kind of in the coastal cities of New York or Los Angeles where, like, we focus, but they're in rural America. Those are really key for a lot of, when you get outside of the big cities, these rest stops are key, right? They might be the only McDonald's in town. They might be the only Dairy Queen in town. They're not just a gas station, but they're jobs. That McDonald's or that Subway is owned by somebody, and that might be the only asset they own, that's their store. That's how they have their wealth. That's what they are, the franchisee. So these are kind of really important cornerstones of, like, these rural communities. And it's generated because, like, this national chain of rest stops that is owned by, let's say, a family inside of a trust owns these assets. They come to a town and they create this wealth because they have extra money, because, like, they're not being subject to estate tax. They have these businesses that are growing. And then they come into town and they build this. They spend the money, right? They're the ones who come in to spend the money. The government's not doing it, right? There's no state and local subsidies. They're the ones generating the wealth. So if we break up the wealth, Jonathan says someone else will just step in and do that. Well, that may be true, but it also might not be true, right? Like, If they have an estate tax, then what happens, right? How do they pay for it? And so what I want us to think about today as we go through this is if we want to redistribute the wealth, what are our trade-offs? What are we giving up? We're breaking up potentially businesses. Those businesses drive growth and drive mass employments. And by the way, like you say, oh, David, come on, you're exaggerating. This is a straw person argument. None of these numbers are really true. Well, family enterprises represent about $7.7 trillion of annual GDP and represent basically 60% of the country's private workforce. So this is not really a straw person argument, like family-owned enterprises are truly like a huge cornerstone of our economy. So when you think about it, like when Steve Jobs passed away, Apple survived. They had a CEO, they had public market access, you could sell your stock on a public exchange. But if Yvonne Shuttard passed away, what would happen to Patagonia? Right? I know they dealt with it, but what would happen with Patagonia? Well, would they continue as a business? Maybe. What would they have to do? Raise capital. Who has capital? Well, if they don't go public, you go sell to a private equity firm, and we can argue all day whether private equity owning a business is better than a family owning business. Like if you talk to people who sell to private equity, they're like, things were better before we had private equity driving profits instead of driving good for the community. There are trade-offs. And that's what I want to highlight today. It's like unfortunately, there's really no simple answer. There are trade-offs. And so what we're going to start with today is our first panel. And our first panel has some of the best people you're going to hear talking about this subject. We're going to start with Carlin, who is, like Jonathan already said, is a superstar lawyer at McDermott. She's amazing at this, and she's going to give us the practitioner's point of view on like, how do we think about trust? How do we think about dynastic planning? And then we'll go from her to talk to Mitch, who is at Hofstra. He's a professor and he's written a lot of articles. I can't even know, Jonathan, you probably know the number off the top of your head, how many articles you guys have written together, but I would guess at least 100. And he's going to talk about what might happen, like what could Congress do, even with the constraints of if the Democrats lose majority. And then we're going to switch to Bridget and Chris, and they're going to talk about, Bridget's going to give kind of the academic point of view of how academics kind of think about these dynastic wealth in trust kind of ideas. And then we'll end with Chris, and Chris will talk about kind of as a person in the House here in Pennsylvania, how you think about it from a political, like Mitchell says, it's going to be easy to do things. Chris will tell you how Congress really works, at least at the state and local level, which is probably very similar to our national Congress, and how hard it is to really do so. So with this is a really complicated issue. I'm glad we're having it. And then the second panel today will talk about some of the earlier stuff I talked about is the wealth inequality kind of question. How do we think about it in more holistic ways? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carlin, who's going to lead us off today.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to go off script at the beginning because I have to respond to something David just said. I thought it was ironical that he mentioned Patagonia, because as many of you in the audience may know, just from reading the popular press, a few weeks ago, Patagonia family solved its estate tax problem completely by taking virtually all of their stock and making a tax-free gift to their very own 501c4 social welfare organization, thereby perpetuating the family's control of this business indefinitely for many generations to come, with virtually no gift tax, no estate tax, no generations giving transfer tax. It shows what estate planners can do. So my job here today is to talk about our role, the role of the practicing lawyer in protecting dynastic wealth within the context of this symposium's kind of larger examination of the role of the estate and gift tax in perpetuating inequality. So my role is not to confirm or support the premise that dynastic wealth is necessarily a bad thing, or that we indeed have a serious dynastic wealth problem in the United States. Maybe we have a serious inequality problem, but maybe we don't have a serious dynastic wealth problem. But I will point out, because the scholars here may not, that there is a point of view that some concentration of wealth in the hands of private individuals is not necessarily a bad thing. It can provide a beneficial balance, some think, against a potentially abusive government. Private wealth may be necessary to replace existing elected officials who have the inherent advantage of campaigning from the platform of the position they already hold. And it also, of course, provides a source of funding for a wide variety of charitable activities that are beneficial to the community. This community, for example, is benefiting from the generosity of the Carnegie family and the Mellon family. I should also point out that if we're concerned about inequality, dynastic or inherited wealth isn't what we should be looking at. If we're thinking about what the transfer tax system does or what it could do, it can operate only on inherited wealth or gifted wealth. It plays no role at all in wealth that's gathered by an individual during that individual's lifetime. So how much dynastic wealth do we actually have? And do we need to worry about it? And maybe not so much. So Forbes 400 is always a fun thing to look at. For the last 40 years, they've been telling us who the richest people in the United States are. And if we examine those lists over time, we'll see a gradual dispersal of wealth and a big turnover. So in 2012, for example, which is the first year I started talking about this kind of thing, Forbes reported that 30 years after its first list was published, only 36 individuals who were on that first list were still there. And this year they reported there were only 17 who were gone. Well, some of the big names, Rockefeller, Jonathan mentioned, the Rockefeller family is gone. It's no longer on that list. You won't find a Mellon, you won't find a DuPont, you won't find a Gold. All their wealth has been dispersed. There seems to be a lot of downward mobility among the very rich. The estate tax may have had some impact on it, but again, as Jonathan pointed out, probably a lot of it has to do with generations proliferating through the years and the original wealth being shared so that it becomes everybody gets a smaller and smaller share. So this year's list suggests, as lists in the past have, that most wealth in this country isn't inherited wealth. It's self-made wealth. If the composition of the 1% of the population that David said, it owns 1/3 of the net wealth of the country, that would be about $3.3 million, mimics the composition of the Forbes 400. Only 31% of them actually inherited their wealth. Everybody else earned it themselves. The ones at the top of the list are very familiar names: Musk, Bezos, and Gates. They didn't inherit their wealth. They made it themselves. The gift tax system, the estate tax system, the generation skipping transfer tax system isn't going to take any of that wealth away from them, at least for the rest of their lives. So if we're really concerned with wealth, we need to do something other than rely on the transfer tax system. And by transfer tax system, I mean the three pillars: the estate tax, the gift tax, and the generation skipping transfer tax. So back to my job, which is giving you my view as to whether the transfer tax system could be used as an effective tool to reduce dynastic wealth. In its current form, the question asked at this panel is whether it actually perpetuates dynastic wealth. And obviously, it doesn't perpetuate it directly, but maybe it does indirectly. So once a wealthy person dies, unless she's done careful planning through her lifetime, the federal government and some states are going to take away a large portion of the wealth. But most wealthy individuals do plan. They want their wealth to be passed on to their children and grandchildren without being significantly reduced on transfer taxes. And they spend a lot of effort and a lot of money trying to achieve that. And what do they do to plan? What do professional advisors suggest they do? They suggest they put their wealth in trusts. Not just any old trust, but a multi-generation trust, and probably a trust that's going to be a perpetual trust. If there were no transfer tax system, many of them wouldn't bother to tie up property. There may be very good reasons, as Jonathan will tell you, in addition to the tax, to put property in trust, but many people only do it in an effort to avoid transfer taxes. But trusts not only protect against transfer taxes, they protect against a lot of other things. They protect against creditors, bad marriages, foolish heirs frittering away money, making bad investments. And so the collateral consequence of the estate planning that we do to avoid estate tax and gift tax is arguably the very perpetuation of wealth that the tax is supposed to help us avoid. So consider that when you consider the role of the transfer tax system. But can it be used effectively to curb dynastic wealth? And the answer to that is that maybe, but it would take substantial changes to make it work that way. And it's probably likely impossible politically to achieve it. The current transfer tax has been under attack as long as I've been practicing in this field, which is a very long time. The attack has been financed primarily by wealthy families, but it's actually been supported by a surprisingly large segment of society. The bill that led to the one-year repeal that Jonathan mentioned in 2010 was supported, for example, by the National Association of Women Business Owners, the National Black Chamber of Commerce, and the National Indian Business Association. It's likely that many of the members of these organizations will never be touched by the estate tax, certainly not in its current form, but nevertheless, they were among the hundreds of organizations that lobbied for the elimination of the transfer tax system. So the 2010 repeal was short-lived, but the long-lasting effect was that it was followed by such a significant increase in the exemption amounts that have caused the tax to be irrelevant today to all but the top 0.12%, not 1%, but 0.12% of our population. Next year, the exemption per individual will be $12,920,000, which means that two spouses can leave almost $26 million to their family without paying any federal estate tax at all. And since the generation skipping transfer tax exemption is always the same amount as the estate tax exemption, that means that that amount can not only escape estate tax, but it be put in trusts, perpetual trusts that will forever, as long as our system lasts, escape future transfer taxes. So in its current form, the estate tax is obviously imposed on relatively few estates. So for example, 2.9 million people died in the US in 2019. Since estate tax returns are filed generally 9 to 15 months after the individual dies, I looked at 2020 because that's when most of these estates would file their tax returns. And only 3,441 people who died filed estate tax returns. And only 1,275 actually paid an estate tax. So that's only 0.045% of all of the deaths that happened in 2019. The total estate taxes that were paid in that year were only $9.3 billion, which is less than 0.3% of the total revenues for that year. It's obviously not an insignificant amount of money, but it is insignificant when you compare to all the revenues that the federal government collects from all other sources. So back to the role of the practicing lawyer who specializes in the transfer tax system. Our role is to determine what our clients' goals for their wealth are. And if their goal is to preserve their wealth for future generations of descendants, which is pretty much usually the case, to advise them how best to achieve that goal, including how to minimize these taxes at death. The fact that the tax is imposed on so few and raises so little is a product not only of the very large current exemption amounts, but also of the development over the years by lawyers like Jonathan, who practice in the field of a wide variety of techniques that are effectively used. In 1977, George Cooper, who was a tax professor at Columbia University, published a very interesting article. It showed up in the Columbia Law School Law Review. It was titled "Voluntary Tax, New Perspectives on Sophisticated Tax Avoidance." And of course, the tax he was talking about was the estate and gift tax. Only a few of the techniques that he described very clearly in that article have actually been eliminated by legislation or by regulation. Most of them have survived, and in the meantime, several others have been added to the list. So the techniques that are available to us can be broadly divided into two categories. Those that shift future wealth away from the individual so that it never reaches the point where she has to worry about paying estate tax on it, and those that actually reduce wealth that's already there. So obviously, the earlier you start the estate planning process, the more you can rely on the first category of shifting future wealth. So the techniques that are available here include making gifts protected by the gift tax exemption amount, which, as I mentioned, is 12,920,000 next year. The use of the exemption today doesn't actually save transfer taxes, because if you didn't use it today, it maybe would be available in the future. That's a little complicated because it might be cut in half and so forth, but all other things being equal, it doesn't. But what it does do, even if the exemption remains the same, is all of the investment return that's generated on the investment of those gifted assets don't belong to the donor. They belong to the donee, which is usually some kind of dynastic trust that will last for many, many generations to come. The next category is sales and installment sales of property that's expected to grow in value. And because of the grantor trust rules, sales can usually be achieved without paying any current income tax, so long as the sale is made to a trust that's treated as owned by the donor. And so what that does, it gets all of the investment return, the future investment return escapes the future estate tax. Preferred equity freezes when a client has a business with regular common stock. Well, how about taking that organization and reorganizing it so that it's got 10% common stock and 90% preferred stock, where the senior family member gets the return on the preferred stock and the junior family member gets the 10% that has all of the expected growth. Used to be much easier to use that technique. In 1990, it was significantly curtailed, but it's still there. If you follow the rules of 2701, you can achieve a significant shift of wealth by using a preferred freeze. And the preferred freeze doesn't have to be limited to a business. If a client's wealth is sourced in marketable securities, she can take those marketable securities and put it in a limited liability company and achieve the same kind of freeze by having preferred interest in the company and growth interest in the company. Grantor retained annuity trusts. Many of you know what they are, but it's a technique where you can take your marketable securities and put them into a trust, retain the right over time to get back the original value, plus a return equal to what the government thinks property can earn. It's going to be 4.8% next year. And everything above that will go tax-free to the ultimate beneficiary of that trust. Again, if you follow the rules and the regulations, this can be done and can shift an enormous amount of wealth. And finally, and this is kind of the real sleeper because there's probably nothing that can be done to solve this, the intrafamily performance of services and diversion of opportunity. So this is possible because the transfer tax system operates only on the transfer of property, not of services and not of opportunity. Now, maybe it could be changed to reach that. Maybe such a reach would be unconstitutional, but at the moment, it's clear that it doesn't apply to either of these things. So in theory, consider an artist, the child of an artist. Suppose the child of the artist delivers to her mother a canvas and a bunch of paints and some brushes. And suppose then the mother goes into her studio and uses those supplies to put on that canvas a painting. She's giving her services to produce that painting. She never owned the canvas. The child just gave it to her so that she could perform her services on it. So the child now owns, presumably without any gift tax at all, a valuable painting. That's one way in which the donation of services can achieve a wealth transfer, because presumably the mother, in the absence of this, would have applied those services to a canvas of her own that would represent a piece of property that would eventually be subject to the transfer tax. Now, this is theoretically possible. I'm not sure, none of my clients have done that yet, but what they do, which is very similar, very common, is for the manager of a hedge fund, the manager of a private equity fund, who has a partnership interest in the manager that has a carry, through various techniques, manages to give the carry or a significant portion of the carry to a trust for his children. So essentially he's moving wealth by performing services for that fund that manages the investment fund. And that too escapes estate tax, a gift tax, and generation skipping transfer tax under our current system. So second, how do we move existing wealth? Well, we've got excludable gifts up to $16,000 a year, soon to be $17,000 a year per donee. I have a client who manages to move $2 million or more out of his estate every year by using the annual exclusion. So if you have a lot of children, it becomes much easier to reduce your estate. Valuation discounts for fractional interest in property. You have a portfolio of marketable securities. It's going to be valued according to what the stock market says it's worth. If the client takes those assets and puts it into a partnership, very carefully, this is a little challenging to do. It's possible to make a significant portion of that value disappear. Client owns Blackacre. Blackacre's worth $1 million. If he gives 20% of Blackacre to each of his 5 children, the sum of the value of those gifts isn't going to be $1 million because a 20% interest in Blackacre isn't going to be worth $200,000. It's going to be worth something like $150,000. So fractionalization makes value disappear. Grantor trusts make value disappear. I can set up a trust for my children, and if I or somebody else retains certain kinds of controls over it, the income is going to be taxed to me, but the income goes to the trust or stays in the trust or goes to my children. So that's going to reduce my estate while increasing the value of what's passing to my children. Private annuities, particularly if a client's life expectancy is shorter than what the Internal Revenue Service thinks it is, but it's leased over a year. That can make significant wealth disappear. Lifetime gifts subject to gift tax if the client lives for 3 years after the gift because the gift tax is removed from the estate tax. So we're making value disappear. So that's some, and there are probably some techniques that Jonathan have thought of that I haven't managed to list. But if our goal is to reduce the amount of wealth controlled by wealthy individuals, here's what I think would work better than trying to strengthen the transfer tax system, which is probably very challenging to do. But what I'm going to suggest is probably challenging too. So Jonathan touched on some of these. By simply increasing the income tax rates, even by 1%, you'd probably remove as much wealth out of the system as the entire estate transfer tax system does. And you do that without the necessity of having a whole different tax to administer, without imposing the burden on families to go through the agony, and I've been through this, of actually filing that estate tax return when the estate is a substantial estate with hard to value assets. And it avoids the administrative burden on the IRS of enforcing this system in addition to forcing the income tax system. Why do we need another system? We got an income tax system. Let's fix that, and we can accomplish all of these goals. Now, some would argue that it's not good enough because so many people escape tax by dying and getting a step-up in basis. But the solution to that is to eliminate the basis adjustment at death. And if we don't want to wait until death, impose a tax on borrowing. So when an individual borrows money secured by appreciated assets, tax her to the extent that the borrowing exceeds the basis. And we get rid of that potential abuse. And finally, enacting a wealth tax that would strike at the heart of what we're trying to do here, but that may be unconstitutional. So I'm just going to take another minute and share an idea with you for those who'd like to see the survival of our wealth transfer tax system. I want to share a somewhat different approach that I think addresses what our principal concerns are with the existing system, apart from the objections to its complexity and the compliance burdens. So the principal objection that I hear to the estate tax is a concern that it stifles economic growth by discouraging savings and removing capital from the private sector in order to pay estate taxes. And it imposes a hardship on the families of deceased owners of closely held businesses who have to use resources during life to plan for this opportunity, this opportunity, and in order to pay estate taxes, and in some cases need to sell their interest in the business to meet the estate tax obligations. Because of course, death, and this is in the final analysis a death tax, death is not a liquidity event. Magically, property doesn't appear in liquid form just because somebody dies. So this idea isn't entirely original. It borrows some from earlier income tax proposals, such as the USA tax plan that was suggested in 1995 by Senators Nunn and Domenici, and the modern optimal savings tax that was suggested by David K. Johnson 10 years ago or so. It imports them into the estate tax from the income tax and then combines them with elements from our existing 2056A. 2056A is the QDOT provision, the special trust that exists to enable people with non-citizen spouses to get a marital deduction. So it's simple to describe, but perhaps complex in actual application. So under this proposal, a decedent's executor would have the option of deferring the estate tax on selected assets, so provided they were placed in a qualified trust, which I'll refer to as a capital preservation trust. Because the principal object of the proposal is to prevent the estate tax from discouraging and interfering with the formation of capital stock and the transmission of family business to the next generation. The assets permitted to be placed in this kind of trust wouldn't be all assets. It would only be investment assets and business assets. So personal assets like art and antiques and the like, you got to pay tax at death on those assets. What I'm trying to do is to preserve business and investment assets. So assets that the executor places in this kind of trust wouldn't be subject to estate tax until they're removed from the trust. They'd be subject to estate tax at the rate they would have been subject to when they're finally removed. And the idea is that they wouldn't be removed until the family was going to have a liquidity event, needed to spend it, or was actually going to sell the business. And when that happened, the money would come out, and the transfer tax that would have been paid at death is going to be paid at that point. In the meantime, the trust will be taxed just like basically any other trust. It'll be taxed at the highest, essentially the highest income tax rate. So no income tax is going to be lost. The distributions to beneficiaries wouldn't be subject to tax, but they would be subject to the deferred estate tax. So at the point when the liquidity event occurs and the property is taken out of this trust, there is going to be any interference with the nation's stock of investment capital or the nation's stock of closely held businesses. And the government seems to me not to be severely disadvantaged by this either. They don't get the taxes right away, but they are going to participate along with the family in the growth of the business, so long as it stays in the capital preservation trust. So that's just one idea of a direction we might go to preserve in some form our transfer tax system. Thank you.
So I think we're going to switch over to Mitch, right? So he's coming to you through the big screen.
Good morning. Am I ready to go here? We're good to go? Good morning, everybody. I'm assuming you can hear David. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great.
Now we can see you.
Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be with you. So I was going to talk about, and we'll talk about what comes next. And when I thought about that, I think, well, what could possibly come from Congress? What could possibly come from the administration? And what could possibly come from the courts? I guess in terms of the near term, Congress is looking awfully Republican at the moment, according to the polls. So at least certainly the House, I guess. So I don't know as a practical matter how much we're going to see from Congress in this area in the next few years. But with that said, before I dig into my script, I'd like to just talk for a moment about something I think David raised, and that is the trade-offs involved in having an estate tax. So I think that whenever you talk about having progression in the system, you know, if you feel that the tax system should overall have an element of appropriate progression because you think fairness dictates that or equity dictates that, whenever you get into that kind of a question, whether it's on the estate tax side, the income tax side, or in any context, one of the things that comes up, which I think David was implicitly alluding to, is, you know, the so-called equity efficiency trade-off, a term that was coined by an economist back in the 60s, Arthur Okun. And, you know, so the basic idea here of the equity efficiency trade-off is that if you want more equity, more progression, more equity, a fairer system, and you want to do some redistribution, government redistribution to achieve it, you got a bit of a leaky bucket. There's going to be costs involved. Sometimes economists call them deadweight costs involved. It's going to produce less efficiency, maybe less growth as well. And so that's always a major critique of the of progressive policy. And I think, interesting thing about that, I want to say a couple of quick things about it, and then I'll move on. So it seems to me that in recent years, thinking about this equity efficiency trade-off has moved, and I think people are beginning to think that it's really a false dichotomy, that it's possible to enhance equity without necessarily creating so much inefficiency or lack of growth. So here's a simple thought, right? You could do this. You could raise the money through redistribution or progression, whatever you want to refer to it, and then you could spend the money on things like meals for children, education for children. And so over a long term, right, when you take into account how those kids are going to develop and how those kids are going to become productive members of society in the long term, you see that the loss in terms of efficiency or the loss in terms of growth is quite significantly undercut, indeed, hopefully overcome by the productive nature of those future kids. So that's, I think, a response, a new, relatively new response to the equity efficiency trade-off. I would add this. It seems to me that if you like the idea of progression, if you feel that the system should be somewhat progressive, then I think you've got to seriously consider the estate tax. And the reason why I say that is because if you take, for example, a concern about savings, which we've heard about today, if you think that progression might undermine the incentive to save, one of the advantages of the estate tax over, say, an income tax is that the tax is what I'll say is back-ended, right? The estate tax is not paid until many years later when you die rather than currently. And people tend to discount their own death, right? Their own mortality. They tend to think, oh, that's way off in the future. And it's not going to have as much of an adverse impact in terms of disincentivizing me, if you will, to save. So it would seem to me that, if you back end the tax, you get the discount effect in terms of mortality, and you may get less disincentive. So if you like progression, as I'm suggesting, maybe you like, or should at least, I think, consider the estate tax on this ground. Let me just talk for another moment about this question of redistribution, and then I want to move into my prepared thing. Political, how does this work politically? It seems to me that, this is a serious issue politically. I think part of the problem is, I read this morning's paper, David Brooks in the Times talked about how was trying to explain why the electorate seems to be moving Republican recently. And one of the thoughts he puts forward is maybe there's an uneasy feeling among some of these people who are moving to the Republican side of things, an uneasy feeling about redistribution. And so there you go. So redistribution is a touchy issue politically. And, there may be a bit of a racial or tribal component to this reluctance or discomfort with redistribution, in that, it kind of suggests that you're taking money from one person to give to the, quote, the other, right? And so there you go. And it's kind of interesting. I've been thinking recently about this. It seems to me that polarization that we've obviously experiencing, that it may have a role here. There's a kind of a concept of a belief polarization, where certain, people on the left have a certain set of beliefs and people on the right have another set of beliefs. And those beliefs, I think, have some implications here, because I think people on the right, the conservative, the people on the conservative end of things, kind of think, as you all know, that the wealth that people acquire is reflective of their merit, right? Kind of just desserts. And so their focus is on, well, if I've deserved it and it's attributable to my own merit, why should it be taken away from me and given to another? On the other hand, people on the left focus on the fairness or equity of the whole system. And so there you see, obviously, a different kind of mindset and more of an interest in something like an estate tax, more of a concern about progression and equity. Anyway, so I think it's interesting that the polarization that we're seeing politically is, I think, reflected in this, what I'll call this, and what's being called, it's not my term, belief polarization. Okay, so with all that said, I'm going to jump into what I had planned to talk about. So I wanted to talk about, as I say, what comes next. And I've already said, I think, Congress is, at least in the short term, problematic. If you like the estate tax, or you like to do something about progression or create more equity. What about the courts and what about the administration? So I'd like to talk first about the first about the courts, and then I'd like to do a little something with the administration. So in terms of the courts, one of the major problems with the courts could be, certainly the Supreme Court, is a very obscure clause that most of us never have thought about, and that's the direct tax clause. And the direct tax clause essentially says that Congress cannot impose a so-called direct tax without apportioning it among the states based on population. So bottom line, without getting into the weeds on this, essentially the problem for Congress is any particular tax they want to adopt, could it be seen as a direct tax? If so, problematic. They've got to apportion it, which makes it impractical. So the real question is it a direct tax? Now, there's not a lot of clarity about what is a direct tax. We saw this major decision, which you all know, in 1895, saying the income tax was a direct tax, which led to the 16th Amendment. Some people think the 16th Amendment eliminated the entire direct tax problem. It did not. It simply said the income tax can now be imposed. But so there is still this issue of, is something a direct tax? And the Supreme Court, it seems to me, may very well use this in terms of a wealth tax. They might say a wealth tax is an unconstitutional direct tax. They might say a mark-to-market tax, a tax that tries to tax gains without realization. They might say that's a direct tax. They might even say, this is, I think, I'm not sure they would do this, but plausible to me, they might even say that the kind of tax that the Biden administration has proposed last year at death, a tax on the gain, on unrealized gains at death, or a tax on my unrealized gains if I give something to, say, my daughter, that might be a direct tax and therefore unconstitutional. So these are things that could plausibly happen. It's interesting, the Supreme Court, the report by the commission, by President Biden's commission on the Supreme Court last year, talks a little bit about the direct tax clause and reflects the concern that I'm referring to. They suggest that maybe Congress could enact legislation that would strip the Supreme Court, the US Supreme Court, of jurisdiction to declare a tax unconstitutional under the direct tax clause. So there's a real concern out there about what the Supreme Court might do with progressive taxation of the kinds we just mentioned. So let me just talk briefly about two cases where, I wrote an article recently where I talked about reading the tea leaves. And so I looked at two cases in the Supreme Court, recent cases, one's in 2019, one's in 2012, that maybe give us some clue of how the court might react to the question of progression or the question of what to do in terms of creating equity through the tax system. How might the court react? So the first case I want to mention briefly is the Kastner case, 2019 Supreme Court case, which dealt with taxation at the state level. To what extent can a state tax a trust that I might have created in another state? So for example, if I'm a New Yorker and I create a trust in, say, Alaska, that Jonathan might have me do, can New York tax the income in that trust? Or would that be a violation of the due process clause? And so this case went up, involved North Carolina trying to impose a tax on an out-of-state trust in the Kastner case. And the Supreme Court unanimously held that the tax could not be imposed. It violated the due process clause. The interesting thing about the case is that three justices, Alito, Roberts, and Gorsuch, concurred. As I said, it was a unanimous opinion, but the concurring opinion starts off by saying, the three justices in the concurring opinion start off by saying that we want to make clear, I'm not quoting, I'm paraphrasing, but we want to make clear that no aspect of two decisions from 1929 and 1930, case called Safe Deposit and a case called Brook, that no aspect of those two decisions are open for re-examination. So a very strong commitment you see from these three justices to stare decisis. Now, these two cases from 1929 and 1930 were very pro-taxpayer. I don't want to get into the details of them, but they involved obviously income taxation by states of an out-of-state trust. And obviously there are concerns here about equality and equity, right? I mean, obviously wealthy families play these games of using trusts out of state. And here we see the Supreme Court reacting to this concern about how do we tax these families? What about the inequity of giving them a free pass? And the Supreme, and three justices here say, oh, stare decisis, these 1929 and 1930 cases are not open for re-examination. So, in the article I wrote about this, I, contrasted this. Actually, when I wrote it, Dobbs' decision had not yet come down, overruling Roe versus Wade. But I talked about stare decisis and said, what's going to happen with Roe in the Dobbs case in light of this. And so we see that there's a kind of a, one might say, a different feeling about stare decisis in the context of protecting protecting wealth versus what we see in Dobbs, perhaps. Okay, I mean, I understand people could disagree and people could say different things were happening in Roe and Dobbs. I get it. But the point I'm simply trying to make is here we have three justices who are telling us how they feel about using the due process clause to protect against taxation that might have an impact on the wealthy. The second case is a 2012 case involving, which you all are familiar with, probably all familiar with the Kastner case too, but the 2012 case involved Obamacare. And as you probably all recall, in the Obamacare case, it was Justice Roberts' opinion. It was 4-4, and Justice Roberts came in and upheld the Obamacare on the basis that it was legitimate use by the Congress of its taxing power. Interestingly, as you may all know or may not know, in that opinion, he cites a 1920 case in the Supreme Court, a case called Eisner versus Macomber. Now, Eisner versus Macomber is a very interesting case that suggests, if you go back and read it, that it would be a direct tax, unconstitutional, to tax unrealized appreciation. And here we have in 2012, Justice Roberts pulling this case out from 1920 and saying, aha, here's how the court has reacted to the direct tax issue. He cites it as if it's good law. Now, questions remain about whether that case really says that you cannot tax unrealized gains, that you could impose, for example, a mark-to-market regime. There are later cases after Eisner where the court said, well, it's not, a realization requirement is not constitutionally mandated. For example, cottage savings seems to say that, but no aspect of Macomber has been explicitly overruled. And here we have Chief Justice saying this case seems to still be very important, good law. So I suspect that as I read the tea leaves, as I say, I suspect that the court will be receptive to a tax on taxation designed to deal with the inequality problem. So I wanted to talk about that first. Now, let me switch gears and talk about what the administration might do. So, I think one of the—
Hey, Mitch, can I just interrupt for a second? So can we, just to keep the panel on track, can you give us 2 or 3 of your top things, and we can come back during Q&A?
Sure. Where am I, David? Am I running out of time?
Yeah, we're at about 20 minutes.
Okay. So let me just, thank you, David. Sorry. I wasn't keeping track. I lost track. So let me just briefly say, I think one of the things I was going to mention is this, and I can do this very briefly, and then if there's questions, we can talk about it. But one of the things I was going to mention in terms of what the administration could do, given probably that not much is going to be coming from Congress soon, is the question deals with the question of grantor trusts. Grantor trusts are, it seems to me, very problematic in what they permit. I won't get into the details now. You probably all know about them. But essentially, prior to 1985, if you wanted to freeze the value of your assets, you either had to sell them and pay a capital gains tax or a tax on the gain, or gift them and pay a gift tax. And then along comes this revenue ruling in 1985, 85-13, which says, oh no, you could sell them without having to pay income tax. You can freeze their value for transfer tax purposes, pay no income tax, and pay no gift tax. And so, I think that's a very troubling ruling. And it really upset, it seems to me, critical norms in planning and in transfer tax law, as I just suggested, all of which was accomplished with a mere revenue ruling. And I think it's kind of interesting that we've all, certainly in the practitioner community, we've all assumed since 1985, that's the law, that's the rule, and we can do planning. And it's become a fairly important staple in estate planning. I think Carlin mentioned it. And all of that, it seems to me, is interesting in that it sits on a very shaky foundation. It's all based on a mere revenue ruling. 1985. Then they doubled down in 2004-64, and they say, well, if you have a grantor trust, and I, if I'm the grantor, pay the income tax on the investments, that's not a taxable gift. Well, if my daughter had investments and I paid her income tax bill, clearly that would be a taxable gift. But 2004-64 says not so if you have a grantor trust. So this grantor trust stuff sits really on a foundation of largely two revenue rulings. One in 85, Reagan administration, one in 2004, Bush administration. And what stops this current administration from revoking those revenue rulings, or perhaps even writing a regulation? Or even I'll throw in the Wandry clause that practitioners are using, the so-called defined value clause. I'm running out of time, so I'll just stop here. But I think a regulation could probably knock that case out. The IRS is non-acquiesced in that case. That would significantly change things. So I think there's quite a bit that could be done by the administration. It surprises me that they haven't started thinking about that. Okay, let me stop there, David. So, and I'll pass. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mitchell. And if we have time, we'll come back to any other questions or points that we weren't able to get to.
Thank
So
you.
with that, I'm going to turn it over to briefly to Bridget to talk about a little bit from the academic point of view, and then to Chris.
Great, thank you so much. I did have 5 points to make in 3 minutes, but I'm going to make it 2 points in 1 minute because I want to make sure we get to hear from everyone. Some of you may know or may not know that there is a proposal in formation being circulated by some very sophisticated practitioners, estate and gift tax practitioners, suggesting that reparations for formerly enslaved people should be funded by the estate and gift tax. And I think that's a terrible idea, and I want to tell you why. First, unequivocally, I am in favor of some kind of a restitution, because I think without restitution, we don't get to racial reconciliation in this country, and we cannot move forward as a democracy or a society. We need to address both the past and ongoing injustices. So that's my first point in 1 minute. Second point, why is estate and gift tax the wrong place to locate that work? Estate and gift tax is already incredibly unpopular with both Republicans and Democrats. I don't think we're going to have meaningful estate tax reform for 1 or 2 more generations. But I think locating any kind of racial restitution in the estate and gift tax will make the estate tax even more unpopular than it already is. And if there would be any excuse for the government not to put meaningful resources behind those kinds of efforts, it would be because, oh, it's too controversial. Indeed, we live in a country where a seemingly simple statement of humanity, Black Lives Matter, now becomes the subject of great debate. To our collective detriment is that a subject of debate, to simply say that human lives of those who have been historically deprived of their humanity, to say that their lives matter, that it is a great source of shame that that continues to be debated in this country. So I think estate tax is not the place to put it. Does tax have something to do with that conversation? Yes, absolutely. Let's leverage the collective intelligence and creativity of our tax profession in the most impactful way. But now for the perspective of someone who is very much in a position to effectuate real change on a day-to-day basis, I'll turn it over to my friend and college classmate, Pennsylvania State Representative Chris Rapp.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I feel like an interloper. I am not a lawyer. I'm not a tax expert. I'm not even in Congress. So why the heck am I here? Well, you could say, well, I'm a legislator and who's on the finance committee that deals with taxes and revenues. But I know a little bit about dynastic wealth. You see, I descend from one of the most significant American dynasties in the so-called New World. You see, my great, 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 great grandfather was one of the founders, one of the founding fathers of this nation, and was one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. Isn't that amazing? I think it's kind of interesting at the very least. So that was my sixth great grandfather, Philip Livingston from New York. Philip Livingston and his ancestors received 500,000 acres from the British Crown in New York. Received. There were people already on the land for a few thousand years, but you know, pish posh. So we just exterminated those people, and through hard work and ingenuity, built up extraordinary wealth. That required some labor. So they got a bunch of Irish people who were not white, because this is the 1700s. Pre-white Irish people who despised the Livingstons and worked in the iron mills and such. New York State was a slave state, as most of you know, I'm sure. So they enslaved Africans who they brought over from various places, directly from the continent, but also from Jamaica and other places. And they secured greater wealth through free labor from men, women, and children. One of those children was Barbara Williams, who was raped by Philip Henry's grandson, Philip Henry Livingston, who was one of the scions of King's College, now Columbia University, which was really created for the sons of enslavers in New York. There's a great study. Columbia admits this, it's on their website, but Columbia was essentially the vessel for leveraging wealth created from enslaved labor. And King's College was there for the sons of the merchants. For a lot of us who read our early American history, merchants, essentially human traffickers. So I descend from some extraordinary human traffickers who have great pedigrees and quite significant resumes. You're going to be shocked to know that I did not receive any of the wealth. None of my Black family members have received any wealth. In fact, not even the enslaved ancestors of mine received any wealth from their labor. Isn't that shocking as well? So this dynasty that I'm connected to, there's very little recognition of how that wealth was created. There are thousands of descendants of the Livingstons, most of whom don't know quite how they're related to the founding fathers, et cetera. They just know they're Livingston, and that's kind of a cool thing to bring up at, a party or something. There's a subset of them who are aggressively wealthy, fabulously wealthy, who some are in the homes of their ancestors built in the 1600s on the Hudson Valley, along the Hudson Valley River. They have a lot of good representation to make sure that their wealth is safe. Many of those people who went to fancy schools like Bridget and I didn't know that there was slavery in New York, and didn't know that their vast wealth from their family that they're very proud of, because these are folks who are on the Supreme Court and in Congress and mayors and governors, their towns named after these folks, had no idea that their wealth was born of enslaved labor. Pretty much everything was connected to enslaved labor. But because some of them were abolitionists in the North, that's the story that they've told and passed along. But the origins of all this wealth is connected to slavery in every single way. Some of those white cousins of mine who found out, maybe through me, directly or indirectly, of that family's connection to slavery in the worst and most aggressive ways, for generations. There are 5 generations of major human traffickers associated with the extraordinary wealth of the Livingston family. Very few people know that, including most of the Livingstons. Some of them have reached out to me and said, "This is awful, what can I do? I no longer have the wealth of my grandparents or my great-grandparents, but my politics, my moral compass tells me that I am somehow complicit, that I have benefited from unearned privilege," which we all do in various ways. What can I do? Essentially, lineal redistribution of wealth, even if it's not their specific wealth, but their family wealth. And I don't have answers to that, and perhaps some of you might have ideas, but we can't have a conversation about tax policy. We can't have a conversation about wealth in this country without talking about white supremacy. It's disingenuous to do that. We can't talk about wealth without talking about capital and capitalism in a society where very few capitalists, as you pointed out. You said there are 2.9 million people, Americans, who died in 2019, and the returns for estate taxes was 3,000. There are a lot of white people who are capitalists in this country. Wage earners who are living paycheck to paycheck, they're not building a lot of wealth. But whatever little wealth the average working class white person has, it's 20 times more than the black middle class person with 6 generations college education in his pedigree. Do any of you know anyone who has 6 generations of college education in their family? Raise your hand. It doesn't have to be you, it could be a neighbor, a friend. It is rare. If you add the people who owned my people, who are also my ancestors, I'm 9 generations college educated. And I'm nowhere near being financially safe, comfortable, rich, whatever word, affluent. I have a lot of status. I have a couple of degrees, but not a lot of financial wealth. And I don't gamble. Here's what I just want to say about this. These conversations are very rich and very layered, but we got to do ourselves. We got to raise the bar here about being not just thorough, but candid. Capital is wealth that creates more wealth. And in this country, we talk a lot about business and entrepreneurship and how we can protect businesses, particularly family businesses, that can endure and that will not suffer the indignity of a major tax when there's a liquidity event that's not really a liquidity event, which is death, right? True, but please understand that only 10% of Americans own a business or have a piece of a private enterprise. It's very rare. And the wealth associated with that is not significant. The average size business in America has 4 people. The average size business with a payroll has 20. Most importantly, not all businesses are created equal. The business that my family was involved in was human trafficking. And they weren't really family, they were relatives. I don't think the government should be promoting human trafficking. That's just me, I'm old fashioned. I think not all businesses are created equal. One of the businesses that our taxpayer dollars should be subsidizing, should be helping, because we subsidize a lot of businesses, and a lot of those people on the Forbes 400 list and all these other big lists, they may not have benefited directly from inherited wealth, but they were living, they were part of extraordinarily wealthy families. Elon Musk not being an exception, Bill Gates, et cetera, that's a through line. That is more the norm than it is the anomaly. There's not a lot of Horatio Alger's kind of stories when we talk about these lists. And by the way, Horatio Alger's was a 2nd generation Harvard graduate. So if we're going to say, well, let's set aside some tax relief or provisions for family businesses, does that include the family businesses that exploit their workers, that pay a poverty wage? Does that include family-owned businesses that discriminate against queer folk? Does that include family-owned businesses that destroy the climate, destroy our environment? The government makes those decisions. We do pick winners and losers all the time. This is the 2nd largest fracking state in the nation. We do a lot of things to promote fracking because we say it's going to create good jobs, when in fact solar jobs are by far exceeding any number of domestic jobs around fracking. We pick winners and losers all the time. What I'm asking you to consider is when we look at tax policy, when we look at things that may directly or indirectly impact family-owned businesses, which is around 99% of businesses. So it's kind of that's like saying I like puppies with heads. You can just say puppies. Because that's a term of art, family business. So what, you don't want to hurt a family business. Why not if they're doing awful things? There's nothing inherently good about a family business other than the family members who benefit from ownership of that business. So what does success look like when we have this conversation? What is the context in which we have this conversation about inequality? Because there are a lot of people think, well, the reason there's considerable inequality is because there are those folks who are just hard workers, and there's the makers and the takers. And many people who believe that will never make anything. They're going to be more likely to be homeless than millionaires. That's what the research shows. And that's just white people. Statistically, you're more likely to be a homeless person, to become homeless than become a millionaire in this country. The social mobility, the upward mobility of Americans, irrespective of race, has dropped significantly. The US is not among the top industrialized nations for mobility like it once was for white people. There is not a significant correlation between significant household income and education for Black people and the accumulation of financial wealth, which is shocking. When I talk about all the people in my family who have done amazing things, they're like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. I said, no financial wealth. No financial wealth. And I would admit if the financial wealth was there but was destroyed because of gambling, alcoholism, pyramid schemes, et cetera, that is not a trend line in my family. It is systemic. I am not an anomaly. I am the norm. And that norm is born of deep, deep inequality based on policies implemented by our government to protect the 1%. So what is our responsibility to delve a little deeper and say, what does fairness really look like? What does equity really look like? Women has never done that. We have never had a meaningful, deep, difficult conversation about what is a level playing field, because we've never had one, ever, nothing even remotely close. And that is very challenging for a lot of people to accept. But the great thing about this environment is we have data. We have data that can say, look, these are the facts. What do we do with them? As difficult as they are to accept. So I implore you to include in your investigations, in your research, in your conversations professionally, to bring up the difficult issues that have influenced all of this since their birth. Because only then can we have meaningful progress towards equality or something that might barely resemble that. But that's the work. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've done an absolutely horrible job moderating, given that I think we have like 8 minutes for questions. But given how important, I think, and insightful all the conversations we had, I thought it was more important to hear from people than necessarily interrupt. So we have a microphone if anyone has a question they'd like to ask. There's a question.
I'm Ed McCaffrey. I just want to connect what the representative just said with what Professor Gans had talked about, because you could have put this in your riff. The reason for the Article 1, Section 9 prohibition on direct taxes was to prevent Congress from taxing slaves, because that's what would have needed apportionment between the states, and you couldn't have done it. So there's a lot of evidence of that. So the provision that's meant to prevent the taxation of slavery is alive today as an argument to prevent the taxation of the wealth that came from slavery. So it's just a nice, it's a nice way to tie together what you added to today. Thank you.
I will be doing that.
And the microphone.
No, we all heard you, I think.
My question is regarding the asset preservation trust that you spoke about. Would you be able to amortize certain assets within that preservation trust? As we spoke about with the farm example, the farmland itself is going to preserve value, but farm equipment that may be $250,000, $500,000. If we're delaying the tax consequences, the estate tax there, if 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, I mean, taxation and amortization is pretty common. Would that be something that would be contemplated in the proposed approach there?
No. I hadn't thought about that detail, but if the system works correctly, there's really no economic loss from the amortization, because the tool that's depreciating in value is being used to produce value. It's not just sitting there in the field rusting away. So at the end of the day, all other things being equal, the capital value ought to grow within this capital asset preservation trust.
I didn't mention this, but the question is, how do we pay for this? And as Bridget pointed out, people just don't want to pay tax. But of the top 80 countries in the world by gross domestic product, which company is second in imposing the lowest taxes? It's the United States of America. Our governments, and I'm talking about all taxes, which you pay for your driver's license, your beer tax, income tax, Social Security, estate and gift tax. of the top 80 nations, the United States imposes the second smallest tax. The only country that imposes less is Chile, and that's because they use their tremendous natural resources to do a lot of the government funding. By the way, Representative, what is the only major country in the world that doesn't provide universal health care for its citizens? Why, it's the United States of America. Now, I mean, this is just another example of the tremendous power that politicians have in our government. I mean, it's really terrific how much it is. And as Mitchell pointed out, it's systemic in the United States on how you get one group and you can't have something happen. For example, if it weren't for Senator Sinema and Senator Manchin, we probably would have had major estate and income tax reform. Now, whether that would be held up or not, we don't know, because as Professor Gans points out, as Mitchell and I have discussed many times, the composition of the Supreme Court today is going to make it very difficult to impose additional taxes on the wealthiest people in this country. It's almost impossible to do it. They can strike it down on various grounds and it will happen. And I just don't know really what can be done about it unless you can educate Americans that they really need to do something. Because as I said, if you can get more wealth down the line, the entire economy is going to grow. I mean, Henry Ford may not have said, I want my workers to make enough money that they can afford to buy my automobiles, but that's a consequence of spreading out wealth. And by the way, do Republicans believe that? They do. After George Bush got his tax cuts through, the economy began to sink. Now, what did Senator Trent Lott and George W. Bush propose? Reduce the taxes on the lowest earners in America. Because as I said before, they will spend it. Spending money is what makes your economy grow. Concentrating the wealth where it is not spent. As I said, if I gave you $100,000 bonus, and I realize you're very wealthy anyway, you might spend some of it. But if it went to Carlin, if it went to David, they would just save it. And you might say, well, that allows new factories to be built and so on, but that's not the truth. You want the economy to really grow, to have a tremendous amount of commerce. And that's one of the ways that perhaps we can lift a lot of people up. And Representative, I was really moved by your remarks, but I don't know how we make up for the past. Remember that the Japanese Americans, these were US citizens who were basically enslaved during World War II. Why? Because of their race. That was the only reason there. And by the way, the best army we had were of young Japanese men who were sent to Europe. And it was the only division in the entire army that was awarded the highest medal in the United States to that entire thing because they did such a great job. And yet, finally, after years and years, they came back and they paid some sort of reparations. I think it was under $20,000 per person. But by the way, you had to be alive to get it. If you had died, and there were just billions of dollars taken from Japanese Americans, and also from the people who populated the Aleutian chain of islands. The Japanese invaded and the federal government said, well, let's remove those people. And they took them to another part of Alaska and a huge number of them died. And they got a little reparation, but almost none of them survived to get that. Not that I have strong views about this.
So I appreciate your points. The way we know that reparations has worked is not how big a check individual Black people may get, which is almost certainly not going to happen. It's when all of the data we have that has tracked racial disparities across so many factors have been dissolved. Now, the reality is there are a lot of Americans who don't believe those disparities will ever go because they believe that Black people are inferior, but we're in a society where that is frowned upon in most circles. Until recently, that was socially acceptable. Now it's not socially acceptable for white people to believe that Black people are either inherently inferior or perhaps just culturally inferior, which is what I work with in Harrisburg with my colleagues. There's nothing, we're all the same. It's just their culture is not good. If you don't believe that, then all of those racial disparities that were born out of government policies, right? We the people, the government is us, would dissolve. When they have been dissolved, that's how we know we've gotten there. So this is really not about how big a check individual Black folk would get. Reparations comes in all forms, and has been provided in all forms. There are reparations for Irish Americans. You know what it is? Becoming white. I don't know if there's any ethnic disparities in terms of outcomes, educational, financial, between an Irish American and a WASP. I'm sure we have research, but I doubt that there's any disparity. Whiteness has confirmed a level of access and opportunity that nothing else could. You're not going to make Black folk white. That's not happening. Not in this country. In Brazil, that's already happened. You can be someone like me and be honorary white. That's not a thing in this country. But if we look at what outcomes are collectively, because ultimately, when we talk about reparations for systemic racism and chattel slavery, we are addressing a systemic problem. And the only way to address a systemic problem is with a systemic solution. And checks are not systemic.
It's on now. Okay. In line with what you were saying about providing reparations in some form other than a physical check, have any of you considered or heard about efforts to provide reparations in the form of subsidized education, subsidized housing? Do you think that there is another more creative or expansive way to repair the harm that has been done and continues to harm Black communities?
Oh, sorry. Did he want to speak?
Yeah, I was just going to say, isn't there something recent in the Supreme Court on that? I think it's pending. There's an affirmative action kind of issue to it, which the Supreme Court could plausibly knock down on equal protection grounds.
I think Illinois is doing something in regards to housing right now. I'm not quite sure what it is.
Evanston, yes.
In other words, if you give out money or benefits based on race, I think this Supreme Court is going to be likely to say that's not permissible, would be my guess.
Sure. So what's the proxy for race in the United States?
Class.
How are you defining class? How are you defining economic class? Is it income, wealth? Because they're radically different.
Well, I was just going to say, I don't want to interrupt, but I was just going to say that, I think that's probably the solution to the problem with a court like this, right? You've got to get around the race issue. So you've got to find a proxy, as you say, to use your term, to deal with the problem. Otherwise, I think it's likely this court would say, no, equal protection is violated.
Zip codes. Zip codes. If you do something based on the persistent impact of racial segregation, you look at census tracts and zip codes, that is probably the closest proxy for race there is. And if you tie that to wealth, then you really get close. So my forthcoming legislation about state-based reparations for Pennsylvanians would focus on that to pass constitutional muster and create programs that help folks in zip codes that are disproportionately Black.
Well, I think that's great. I think that's been a great panel. Thank you, guys. I think, Phil, when are we coming back here, or is it right away?
10 minutes.
Okay, so let's take 10 minutes and we'll reconvene for the next panel. Yeah, sure.
Did you want to get a picture?
Oh, yeah.
Here, let's come on over here. Carlin, you over here, we'll get a picture of the panel. We're gonna try and get a picture of the panel.
Now, let's take off our name tags, 'cause my
Yeah.
brother says that is really.
It's goes, totally goes.
Yeah, you gotta remove that. That's unacceptable. Can I, would you mind? That way, like there.
You go in the middle.
All right.
All right. We're ready to roll.
Okay, well, is this working? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. I, first of all, just want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be the commentator on this panel. I'm really honored to do that. I am just going to really briefly try to pull out a couple of the themes that I think emerge from the presentations on this panel, and then I will just turn it over to them. But I think they put together, they raise some interesting issues that sort of expand our discussion of this topic in really interesting ways. For one thing, I think all the papers, Professor Tate's explicitly, but the other two implicitly raise the concept of sort of externalities with respect to wealth concentration, which we sort of talk about in terms of maybe one of the externalities is wealth is the inequality that we're concerned about. But to name externalities is an interesting way of expanding the concept into sort of one of the law of nuisance, right? And externalities, the concept of nuisance and externalities in nuisance is that you pay for the right to create these externalities. And that's maybe, let me just throw that out as a way to think about maybe the taxation of this kind of wealth. And I think you specifically cite Boomer in your paper, which I was waiting for. And there's a footnote to Boomer Atlantic Cement Company, which is the famous case where the cement company was ruining the lives of everyone around it and making the air unbreathable and destroying their cars. And they ended up agreeing that it ended up being a payment that they would simply have to sort of compensate for that rather than shut down the business because of its importance for the economy. So that's just an interesting sort of dimension to this that maybe opens up some way to think about it. I also think that these papers raise, again, both explicitly and implicitly, the idea of what I'll call zones of lawlessness. And there are these zones. So Professor Tate is going to talk about sort of offshore trusts, offshore ways to stash money offshore and avoid taxes, and as zones of lawlessness for a certain class of people. And maybe there are zones like this in the United States as well. And I'll just bring in the lawlessness zone of the Black site, where American citizens were taken to be treated in ways that they would not have been able to be treated on American soil. So, and I'm connecting that because I'm wondering if there's so many zones of lawlessness that are like holes in the social fabric that are kind of growing to the point where they threaten that fabric itself, and whether this kind of dynastic wealth is one of those, and its self-perpetuation is one of those things. And finally, I think a theme that all these papers raise, and maybe is an implicit theme underlying all of this conference is, and the previous panel I think raised this as well, what is the role of lawyers in all this? And not just in estate planning and tax planning, correct? Right. So you could be representing companies who, in advising them how to avoid, say, regulations put in place to mitigate climate change, and you're really good at it, and you take pride in it, and you owe a fiduciary duty to your client to do a good job. And what if another part of you is concerned about the effect of all this in a broader sense? That seems like a dilemma that has been under the surface of a lot of this. And I know people are in all sorts of positions in relation to that question here today. So I think it's might be interesting to discuss. And I think one thing these papers all bring out is the push and pull between the attorneys and the wealthy clients and people who want this planning and the government. And that goes back to Henry VIII, right, who wanted taxes and kept passing bills that were supposed to bring some tax money in. And then the English estate planning bar of the time could think of a new way to do it. You want to ban uses? Put a use on a use. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it, Henry. So that's sort of an interesting question as well. And I think we have a tension that's unusual in sort of the Western world. I think a lot of other countries, the government has more power to sort of impose limitations on things. So that's maybe a positive feature of our legal culture. Maybe it's a troubling one. I don't know. Another thing I think is worth speaking about. So those are my themes. And we're going to go in the order in which we are listed, oddly, on the program. So we'll start with Professor Cadis.
First, I want to thank everyone who was involved in putting this conference together. I think dynastic wealth is probably the most important issue that almost no one is thinking about except people in this room. I also want to thank Phil. I don't know if any of you know, but the conference was supposed to be at another location, and he had to logistically reorganize things on the fly, and we barely noticed. So kudos to Phil. I do not say this to curse you, but you may be a future vice dean candidate for having such good administrative skills on the fly. So those are all some happy thoughts, some sad thoughts. My dystopian view of our future is rather much longer term view, I think, than most take. But the death of the rule against perpetuities is going to take some time to sink in. We were all raised in a world where it was assumed these estate lawyers have practiced in a world where it's assumed they're very creative people, but it takes time. And one thing that shocks me as I read into the inheritance literature is there's almost nobody thinking about biology in the inheritance literature, almost none. But inheritance is obviously intensely biological. We leave stuff generally to our kids and our grandkids, so it's genetically driven. So the primary lesson the biologist teaches is the evolutionary biologist is not that you maximize the gross number of your descendants. The lesson that they teach us going down in the tree of life from humans to birds, it's about status. That's what drives genes, not numbers, status. And so you can think of my work in this field as sort of elaborating on what does that mean. So then you move from biology to economics. What would a status-seeking putative dynast do? What sort of dynastic trust would she create? And I'm imagining a world where not only is the rule against perpetuities gone, but the estate tax is gone. And we'll talk more about that, but I think the estate tax is doomed. It has too many powerful enemies. Well, here's what I would do as a rational dynast in a world without the rule against perpetuities or any of the federal transfer taxes. The first thing is, I think Carlin and Jonathan pointed out, spreading out your wealth is a disaster for dynastic wealth. You do not want to give it to every generation equal shares. It will get dissipated quickly. And I agree with both of them, by the way. Dissipation is highly underrated. It serves society well under the rule against perpetuities and robust estate taxation. What are you going to do? You're going to organize a governing committee and they're going to pick winners. They're going to hold the family wealth. They're not going to dissipate it. They can have the family wealth sit and increase forever. A small circle will sit in and pick winners every generation who will be able to maximize the status of the bloodline of the founder. So selective funding, you don't distribute funds to every loser that is in your family tree. Just pick the promising winners. You might encourage descendants to contribute to the trust itself, create incentives. When you're relatively young in life, if you want some of the goodies, you're gonna have to promise to give money later in life and put it in the trust. Finally, you're gonna save a lot of money. You want the trust to last forever. You want it to maintain its relative size in society. This, by the way, is not an absolute competition. This is a relative thing. All of life is graded on the curve. If you want to be influential in society, you don't need a fixed amount of wealth. You just need to have more than the dynasty next door. High savings rates are overrated. This is sort of an economic myth from our Puritan Calvinistic backgrounds. Too much savings is a bad thing. Keynes knew this, sort of the paradox of thrift. That's been vindicated over the last couple of decades that that's a problem. Growth does not occur through capital deepening. That's not how we grow. Growth economists now accept this. Growth occurs largely because of technical innovation. So I know our keynote speaker has been an opponent of the estate tax based on the fact that it might discourage savings. I take some issues with that. Okay, next piece of past work I want to talk about very quickly is trusts. I have a piece called Anti-Trusts. I decided trusts are a bad thing. Trusts started out for widows and orphans. We now know the alphabet soup that Jonathan, Carlin, and those folks have conjured up. It is a dark magic. Why are we able to do such amazing things with trusts? Trusts, Carlin and I talked about this a little yesterday, are not formally legal entities in most states if they're not set up under statute, but they're evolving in that direction. The third restatement of trust certainly seems to contemplate that a trust is a legal entity. Legal entities are powerful things for segregating assets, protecting things, recharacterizing the way wealth sort of fits in with others in society. My proposal overall was that there should be a limited menu of trusts permissible, and that should be it. And we permit way too much flexibility. It's much more flexible than any business entity. And those of you who know business entity law know that business entities have become much more flexible in our lifetimes, right? Used to be corporations and partnerships, now LLCs, LLPs, LLLPs. All of those pale in comparison to the trust. The trust governance is wide open, beneficiaries are wide open, contingencies are wide open. So the simpler part of my proposal is that if we're going to have dynastic trusts, each bloodline should have one. You can't multiply them. You can't be decanting them into multiple ones. Why do I say you have to have one? First, it's the same evil that all sorts of entities propagate by the production of multiple corporations and other business entities. You would not believe the evil you can cook up by forming multiple corporations. I recommend you all look up a case called Spicer versus Baker, a Delaware corporate case where they used a circular ownership structure to basically steal 3 corporations from the shareholders. It went on for 20 years, and it was dumb luck that anyone figured it out. Same thing can be done with trusts. They can be used to obfuscate. The other thing is, I'm going to want to tax these things at a rate that increases over time. Dynastic trusts, I'm going to argue, impose costs that increase over time. If you're going to have a rate that's increasing over time, you have to tag the wealth. And I don't know of any other way to tag it than to have it be in one trust. So that's the first part of my proposal, is that dynastic trusts are one per bloodline. Right? Once someone in a bloodline establishes a trust, it's illegal or it's highly penalized for anyone else in that bloodline to establish additional dynastic trusts that last forever. So that's the trust part of it. Now the 2 taxes. I won't say much about the current estate tax. I would roll it back to the way it was in the 60s with lower exemptions and higher rates. That's probably laughing matter as a matter of politics, but as a matter of policy, it probably makes a lot of sense. It probably is a relatively efficient and certainly an equitable tax. But the new tax that I would impose is based on the work of Wojciech Kopchak, an economist at Columbia. And I think there's a lot of strange economics written about the estate tax, so I won't talk about that, but I think he's the most sensible one. And he justifies the estate tax based on a wealth concentration externality. And so let's talk about the word externality, because it's frequently badly misunderstood, and frequently badly misunderstood by judges and actually by law professors. Most people think it means something physical. Somebody does something external to my land and pushes smoke on my land, so nuisance law. That's not what externality means. Externality, we have to take 2 cuts at it, but the first cut is externalities. First cut means external to markets. There is no market to intermediate a good or bad thing happening. So in the example of a nuisance, there's an externality because there's high transactions costs. There's too many people on one side. There's a bilateral monopoly between the 2 groups. And transactions costs prevent gains in trade, bribing people not to pollute if they have the right to pollute, or having to pay people when you pollute because they have the right to be free of pollution. So it's sort of transactions costs and property rights sort of determine things. But even that doesn't get it quite right. The really fully correct way to look at externalities, and the way that I need to look at them to argue for this tax, is externalities are things that appear in your utility function that you do not have any sort of market relationship. When you buy a hamburger, you give money, you get the hamburger. There's hamburgers in utility function. There's some things that pop into your utility function that you have no control over. One of those would be pollution. We just talked about that. But a second one would be inequality. Wealth concentration as sort of effects on everyone's utility. Now that, to some people, that's not controversial. To other people, that is controversial. They don't really think that inequality sort of affects people's welfare. I think there's a growing body of pretty solid empirical evidence that it does. So maybe the most powerful evidence is Michael Marmot, a set of studies called the Whitehall Studies in England of British civil servants. And the fascinating thing that Marmot found was that your health depended critically not on your income, not on all the things people thought it depended. He corrected for that, smoking, weight, exercise. It depended on your status. You had the right to boss people around, and you had a lot of autonomy in your job. You lived 7 years longer. And statistically and practically, the results were pretty astonishing. He did multiple studies. There's a book by Wilkinson and Pickett called The Spirit Level. That's more controversial. They claim that living in more unequal societies increases everyone's stress, including the wealthy, because they feel the pressure of lower classes who are increasingly unhappy at having nothing in the face of other people having everything. So if it's true that inequality is an externality that pops into our utility functions without any sort of market intermediation, the classic economic response is a tax. And so that's what Kupchak is talking about, tax on this wealth concentration externality. And I mean, if you can say this, I mean, this is a tax group, right? Externality tax is a beautiful tax. An externality tax raises revenue and it increases efficiency. When you internalize an externality, it improves everyone's welfare. So you have a beautiful, there's only one other example I can think of, which is such a beautiful tax, which is a windfall tax, like a tax on a surprise, like the windfall profits tax that Jonathan talked about. I even need to correct Jonathan, though, make sure the students get it wrong. It was not held unconstitutional. I'm probably the only person in the room who cares about the windfall profits tax, but it was actually upheld in the face of a constitutional challenge before a very different Supreme Court than we have today. Why are dynastic trusts especially a threat? Well, they propagate this sort of forever. They're forever taxes, right? Or forever tax dodges, in effect. The longer you can hold wealth, the more costly it is to society, right? It's not just this generation, it's every generation. I mean, we're talking about foundational American values here, like equal opportunity and even democracy. And that's what I want to talk about, in some sense, the most. The threat to democracy posed by such unequal distribution of wealth, right? That, I hope, democracy appears in all of our utility functions, that we care about a well-functioning democracy. Money is the universal solvent, right? That sort of, money is sort of private power. And so in the governmental sphere, we have well-established division of powers. We have different branches at the federal and the state level. We have federal versus state governments. But there's private power. And the pendulum is swinging relatively heavily towards private power. So what does private power do with money? Kind of two things. One is you can certainly buy yourself law. I was going to ask Jonathan how much it costs to buy law in Alaska or South Dakota. But it's rather clearly you can buy law at the state and federal level. So that's one sort of corrupting effect of wealth. But here's the one that's even more scary, is I think you can alter the bottom 99%'s preferences. To me, that's what's happened with the estate tax. Carlin mentioned appropriately, there is broad opposition to the estate tax, which is bizarre. Right? It would only hit about 0.001% of the population. It's highly equitable, it's arguably highly efficient. Well, we all know that hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent, and apparently to good effect. So all sorts of apocryphal stories of family farms disappearing in the face of the estate tax. So the Republican Party has become sort of the unholy alliance of money and ignorance, right? They've exploited the ignorance of many people to vote against their own well-being. So I agree with Jonathan and Carlin, dissipation is good. And just to finish off, Carlin, you mentioned that there's not a lot of movement in the Fortune, I mean, there's a lot of movement in the Fortune 500, and there is. Question is, will that continue? If these dynastic trusts are really instantiated, and so there's small coterie of families which control an ungodly amount of the wealth of society and pick their own winners generation after generation, the names may change, but the opportunities will come from the same pools of wealth. And so I'll finish with probably the most important quote that I've ever heard about democracy is Brandeis's, which is that you can have democracy or you can have intense inequality in wealth, but you can't have both. And so I think in a generation or two, lawyers like their children are going to figure this out. There's going to be true dynastic trusts that will be really forever, that will be picking winners from limited gene pools, that will have amount of money to warp the preferences of the entire population, and that would be the death of democracy.
Now we can hear from, sorry. Oh, sorry. I thought I was using wrong. Professor Tate from Richmond University School of Law.
The first of the two Tates.
The first of the two Tates. That's right, with the panel of two Tates.
We've got a Tate table over here.
Yeah.
Clarify that we've got two when you say Professor Tate.
Wonderful. Good. Time myself, I guess I'm time myself. First of all, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for all the students from the journal for all of the work and all the thought that's gone into it. I appreciate being here. And I really appreciate it because this paper is not really a tax paper, sort of tax adjacent. I was trying to come up with the right metaphor. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing or a sheep in wolf's clothing. And it's like, it's basically like a wolf dressed up like a panda. Like, I don't know. I'm an enthusiast of the theater of the absurd, so we'll just go with that. We have a wolf dressed up as a panda. It's really about legal geographies, and it's about financial institutions on those geographies and across those geographies. And I guess I'll just tell you a little bit about the larger project because I think it's relevant. This is part of a project that's a book project that is about looking at and pairing the governance, poverty governance of families and individuals living in and around poverty, low income, no wealth families, with very high wealth families to see what result we have. And as obviously is predictable, we can see that there's a great amount of inequality, but I also want to argue that we also see reimagined and revitalized patterns of colonialism that are race-based, that are race-centered, and that lead to perpetual dispossession, right, through these patterns of how we govern, again, people in poverty versus people in wealth. And so this is part of that and how it works across geographies. And the other part of this actual chapter is about, so this part that I'm going to talk to you is about high wealth fringe institutions like trust companies, small banks, fringe high wealth financial management institutions. And I pair it with an analysis of payday lenders and fringe institutions on the low income side. We like to call them fringe on both ends. We actually like to call them boutique when they're high wealth instead of fringe. Right? They have a little bit of a different valence. But this part is just about high wealth financial institutions, how they locate, and in their localizing and in their situatedness are recreating patterns of colonization that are driven by ethics and driven by power dynamics that recreate, again, colonialisms that are race-based and also implications for gender. So it's called tax-free and the offshore imaginary. And this goes back to what Carla was gesturing to about sort of zones of lawlessness and the desire to be in a zone of deregulation or no regulation. So much of the legal geography of wealth and wealth inequality, right, we've talked about with zip codes. It's expressed in zip codes, it's expressed in neighborhoods, right, in structured spaces of both confinement and opportunity. But some geographic localizations of family money tend more toward this, what I'm calling offshore, offsite, clandestine, the sort of the sub rosa. Many times this desire for off-grid equates with offshore, and it's a dream of private islands that implicates territorial control and political sovereignty. And as one scholar has written, this quote, idealization and gendering of the island as a place of ownership where any man can be a king has a long history in Western literature, end quote. And in this historically male, very colonial imaginary, an island is a blank canvas on which solitary individuals can paint whatever they desire most. The island is marketed through a language of difference, right? And that is defined by those who would colonize the space as a site existing in contrast to the historic sovereignties, right? Offshore can only be offshore if you have an onshore, but to be obvious about it, right? So there exists in contrast to these historic sovereignties, which are perceived to have burdensome governmental systems, fraught economies, ailing infrastructures, and even bad weather, right, as opposed to the island. And very specifically, at least for our purposes, the offshore imaginary represents the dream of a political economy in which wealth is not subject to confiscation through taxation, and in which the collective responsibility of funding a polity is not an obligation, but rather a choice, rather something that can be managed. Tax reduction strategies can be managed for personal benefit. So again, the paper will talk about these geographies of high wealth financial institutions, how they're constructed, and at least in relation to the landscape of conventional institutions, how these geographic imaginaries of banking construct very complicated archipelagos of both poverty and privilege as they recreate, again, these sort of colonial designs. So I'll just start with a descriptive overview of the offshore imaginary, sort of the financial centers, how they were developed over time, a little bit about the new onshore offshore, and then I'll just talk about some of the troubling, potentially troubling ramifications of constructing sites as offshore. All right, so offshore centers are described as, this is a quote, as places with sufficient autonomy to allow individuals and corporations to register and maintain assets there while paying low or no taxes and avoiding the more stringent regulations that they would be bound by in other countries. So you have centers that include Channel Islands, Isle of Man, Malta, Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, Bahamas, Bermuda, Mauritius, Seychelles, others as well. And over the last century, beginning with concerted and strategic development right after World War I, kind of into the 1920s and the in between the wartime, these small islands, these sort of micro-states were transformed primarily by the UK and the United States into these offshore financial centers. This is kind of the beginning phase. As a historian who's worked on this, Vanessa Ogle, she calls this the beginning of the first phase of archipelago capitalism. She said it was developed on mostly a moderate scale. She notes that during this period, there was sort of a range of opportunities. There were flags of convenience registries, which is kind of an interesting rabbit hole to go down one day if you're interested in that, which allow a ship whose owner lived in one country to be registered under and subject to the laws of another country. Special economic zones, which provided incentives designed to attract foreign investments. But there were two common and overarching themes: low or no tax regime, light regulation and government oversight. Those were sort of the two themes of what happened on these islands. The second phase, which corresponded with the end of the Second World War and lasted sort of into the 1970s, this is as she sort of describes it, built on this early work done by governments and private businesses. And a big factor here was actually the flow of money out of formerly colonial sites and the new financial demands of decolonization. So decolonization became recolonization, as many of the countries that were becoming decolonized after World War II, investors, capitalists from UK and US took their money out of there and put them back into these now recolonized offshore sites. So again, when a number of imperial occupations ended, colonizers were forced to move their money and investments, creating something of basically a money panic, right? And clients who were eager to move their money and investments to new colonial havens that would shelter them. So again, decolonization was reimbricated with colonization and recolonization. The last sort of period, through the 1970s and 80s, banks and trust companies began to locate in these island jurisdictions, pioneering, in cooperation with local legislatures, new and quite permissive rules concerning both banking and trust creation. Financial vehicles with asset protection and privacy guarantees became standard fare on offer to ultra-rich families from around the globe. And because the trust, as we've discussed, is one of the most useful vehicles for high wealth families in their collective quest to preserve family wealth, it protects it from both public scrutiny and various kinds of creditor claims. Companies and offshore sites marketed a range of trust products, assisted by a cadre of wealth defense industry lawyers to help them manage it and pioneer. And they marketed this range of products. Moreover, legislatures in these island jurisdictions authorized new trust forms regularly, so clients could take advantage of an ever-evolving roster of trust forms. This is the alphabet soup that we have. So in current best estimates, there's about $7.6 trillion stashed in island tax havens, an amount that is equal to 8% of the total global financial wealth, more than what the poorer half of the world's population owns in total. So you can think about various forms of inequality, not just in the United States. You can think about global north, global south. You can think about all kinds of colonial relationships and all kinds of inequalities. And islands of wealth, catering to the financial desires of a global elite, became adventure playgrounds for certain regulatory and tax regimes, despite increasing calls for global governance over the years and transparency in the form of asset registries or other information stores. So that's one part of the story. The other part of the story is when offshore came onshore, and I feel sort of bashful even telling the story since we have some of the architects of that, we have the architect of some of that onshoring. So I won't really go into depth there, but you know the outlines of the story that these type of rules started coming to American states in the 1980s and on, with the desire to compete with foreign asset protection trusts, and this kind of innovated, again, American states entered the game. Alaska became the first to enact legislation allowing the domestic asset protection trusts. After Alaska took this step, so did Delaware, hoping, quote, to maintain Delaware's role as the most, this is a quote from the legislature, maintain Delaware's role as the most favored domestic jurisdiction for the establishment of trusts. We have lots of other states who've now followed suit, and the trend is to adopting these types of legislations. These new trust forms on their own were sufficient to drive capital to these states, but coupled with the rule against perpetuities that Eric has talked about, the combination was irresistible to many ultra-rich families and individuals looking to safeguard the family fortune. So again, same thing happens. You have a boom now. You have the same thing that happened with the offshore boom, and that raise in the very huge increase in assets under trust management happens in these states. From 2010 to 2020, the total assets held in trust in South Dakota increased from 57 billion to 335. So sorry, from 57 billion to 355 billion in trust companies and trust companies in Wyoming and Delaware and Alaska and Nevada could probably tell you the same story about growth. Sort of a crucial piece in this is also the regulation. I'm not going to go into that for the sake of time, but it has to do with FACTA and the Tax Compliance Acts, which has also made it the American states very, very competitive in drawing business. So I'll stop there with sort of the description of how we construct offshore, and just talk a little bit about the problems with offshore. Some of them weren't already apparent, but talk a little bit about what do I mean when I say that there's a recolonization happening. And basically, this is a dynamic of asset sort of flow and flight. That's a renewed cycle of colonial profits in which the financial industry reaps the benefits of monopolizing the land and resources of micronations or micro jurisdictions without necessarily contributing to their coffers. So how does this work? One problem with the offshore centers being colonized is the crowding out effect, in which financial services industry takes up all of the resources available in the micro jurisdiction, leaving little space or support for other industries. This crowding out, the crowding out effect also produces a potentially dangerous over-reliance on one industry, right? And these offshore financial centers are often caught in a perpetual state of sort of dependency management, managing the one industry that has captured the entire state or jurisdiction, and that the industry that feeds off of its resources. Other problems arise as well. For example, the benefits that supposedly accrue through maybe tourism or registration fees or tax revenue from incomes paid to lawyers, bankers, trust company managers, they don't always materialize in the way that they've been promised when the new regulation is proposed to the legislatures. There are generally not a huge amount of statistics about the profits accrued by firms if they stay locally, but one group of researchers writing about Jersey commented that it is possible that a high level of leakage out of the island's economy occurs as profits are repatriated to the parent institution or group. Like there's profit leakage, just a little leak, we could fix that, right? Moreover, when profits do stay offshore, they are not necessarily distributed evenly, and the profits primarily enrich bank executives and other top-level employees in the industry, widening income gaps between offshore financial center employees, often British expats, right, and indigenous islanders, again, making us think of the centering and reminding us to center race within the colonial discourse. You could look at the American states and think about the same things, whether or not the migration of these trust companies to certain states has enriched the states or not. There's been a lot of people looking into that. And it seems like there's a good evidence to say that they have not brought the promised benefits to the states. And they've been selected, right? These micro jurisdictions have been selected for the same reasons that the islands were. It's a very similar type of thing. They haven't, they have secrecy space, right? There's a fiscal space, there's a regulatory space, and there's a political space. They have, they've been chosen for, you know, the responsiveness of the legislature, sort of the way that they can get things done easily, and the welcoming that the states have done with the hope of generating revenue. But again, it's an open question whether the benefits accrue. In Wyoming, for example, trust companies were managing around $31 billion, I think in 2020. But then again, Wyoming has no corporate or personal income tax, and the legislature has repeatedly rebuffed calls for even a small tax on the profits of companies, on a small tax on the profits of companies that create trusts. So we're not necessarily bringing in any tax revenue there to the state. The entirety of corporate profits flow back to corporate headquarters, or again, maybe to corporate executives, right? And they fail to enrich citizens of the state that welcome the industry so warmly, even minimally through token taxation. There are other questions about job creation, and you could look at South Dakota, you can look at Alaska, and you can look at the failure to create jobs. You can look at, again, as Carla said, so a lot of the results or externalities of the companies coming into these jurisdictions, and the benefits are not necessarily all that they were probably promised to be. So I will end there. I'll just say consequently, wealth is for the most part funneled in and out of these offshore, wherever they're located, right? Offshore financial centers without ever reaching the communities there in significant or meaningful ways. There's no tax revenue to fund schools or public benefit programs within the state. There's an enclosure and a high-priced privatization of space, creating housing precarity for low-income families. And the most remunerated jobs in the financial services sector go to out-of-state professionals, perhaps, as well as in-state professionals who are already well within the top income brackets. What's left in this remake of a trickle-down economics is the prospect of a potential increase in low-skill jobs, catering parties for the ultra-rich who come to Wyoming to enjoy the mountainous beauty and the tax climate, or taking care of their lawns and working service jobs at exclusive clubs populated by the same high wealth families and individuals. And if that, I argue, is the benefit of tax-free and the offshore imaginary, I would argue that it's not quite enough. I will stop.
Thank you. And now we will hear from my colleague, Professor Phyllis Tate from Oklahoma City University School of Law.
Yay, Oklahoma. Oh, are they up? So I have to tell him when to change the slide. Okay. And it's behind me. Okay. All right. All right. So I know I am standing between you and lunch. I am going to try to keep this brief, but you got to bear with me because I do have something to say, and I'm gonna try to say it in an interesting way, and I'm gonna try to say it in a quick way without losing too much. Last night, we were talking about movies and favorite movies. Professor Hackney asked me about my favorite movie. My go-to is, you know, action. So because I can watch that without having to think too much. But then this morning, I thought about another movie that I've watched probably 1,000,000 times. And it is very apropos to what I'm talking about today. And it's a line from that movie with Kevin Spacey. He's Kaiser Sose. Yeah, okay, so I'm not alone. That was my check. All right, he says, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist. The greatest trick the government ever pulled was keeping us thinking that tax policy was fair, that economic policies are fair. And I'm gonna demonstrate that through some of the things I'm gonna say today. And the title of my paper you can see now is Welfare versus Welfare, the Illusion of Equality in Tax Policy. Now, I'm focused on talking about how tax policy perpetuates and promotes wealth through wealth building pillars for one demographic while imposing artificial barriers to another. We convince us that certain tax incentives, we're going to call them incentives, that build wealth for white families somehow becomes handout if it's welfare for low-income families. They're all subsidies. They're all built with taxpayer dollars. But on one hand, we say this is good, and on the other hand, we say they're undeserving. Let me see, which way do I point it? Went too far. All right. There we go. All right. So I'm going to start with the estate tax because that's what we're talking about here. But that's not where I'm going to end. Because we start with the discussion of, the state tax was supposed to raise revenue and it was supposed to be a vehicle to combat wealth concentration. And over the years, we've seen it's done neither. But we can see, and I'm going to demonstrate to you in some of the ways that it has subsidized wealth for the wealthy. And we've had some allusion to it earlier with the carryover basis. And instead of carryover basis, we got the stepped up basis and portability. Those were implemented to help sustain and build wealth for the wealthy. There's no other purpose for them. And yet you don't see comparable wealth building tools for the low income. Now, before I get too deep, I want to set up a framework. And the frameworks are the pillars that I'm going to focus on for wealth mobility and concentration on the other end. And that's tax policy, retirement savings, home ownership, and education. And that's because these are things that are directly tied to tax policy that I've studied and written about, but I can show that they have reinforced a stronghold that white families, white households have by subsidizing through tax policy. Now, this morning we heard, we don't want to be spending our tax dollars on reparations. Can that work both ways? If the households that don't benefit from these policies can opt out of paying taxes that subsidize these policies, then maybe we get to a little fairness. But that's not how it works, because the devil is telling us that one day you're going to own a home and you're going to want these subsidies. One day you're going to be rich and you don't want to pay these taxes. And then President Bush, through his tax cuts, came up with the death tax, scaring everybody into believing that everybody's going to be paying a tax on their property at death, when we know full well that's never been true. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled. All right. So I'm going to focus on these, and some more than others because I literally don't have time to do it. And if I had all day, like you, I could talk about this all day, but I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'm going to be mindful of that. So I'm going to start with the estate tax. The estate tax. All right, because we heard this morning where the estate tax has become more ineffective. But let's see how it became ineffective. So here I'm providing you a snapshot to illustrate how the estate tax has provided substantial tax relief for the wealthy. Now, from this report prepared by the Tax Policy Center, I went back to 2001 because that's where we see the most drastic changes since the beginning of the estate tax. We start there at the top with 109,000 estate tax returns, with 50,500 of them being taxable, raising probably about 24 billion in revenue. Now we know that part of the overall scheme, that's still a small amount. So if they were already receiving substantial tax relief, why do we have to change anything? So after we get the Bush tax cuts after 2001, you see that it drastically reduces the number of returns to about 13,000 and taxable about 5,700. That's a lot of people who were paying taxes in the state taxes, not paying anymore. All right. That didn't change under the Obama administration. If you search down past Obama's administration, you can see that returns got low as 9,600, with taxable returns as low as 4,400. But they pale in comparison to the Trump tax cuts, which we are now down to 1,900 taxable returns. And we're in the teens, I think you said double digits now in revenue. It didn't just happen overnight. We enacted this. We did this. This was very intentional. And so as we're saying, the estate tax has become less effective over time. It just didn't happen because it's just not effective. It happened because we changed the rules. And we did so intentional. All right, so if we're looking at the government share of what builds revenue for the government, we see that transfer taxes have been substantially reduced, and you can see that little slither across the top where it's mixed in with other things because it's not enough to create a line all of its own. There's an over-reliance on income tax though. And who pays income tax? The majority of the people, right? Not the minority. So as we're protecting wealth through tax relief for the wealthy, we're putting more burdens, we're shifting that burden to the folks who represent the greatest numbers, but not the greatest wealth, not even the greatest income. And so while we're promoting, we want to make sure that the people who are creating jobs, don't lose their wealth. While we're promoting, we got to make sure that people, we're protecting wealth so that when you get wealthy, you'll have these benefits too, while having a system that negates your ability to even get there. But we don't tell you that part. Here I have a quick example of how tax policy works in a very simplistic manner. We know that, for people who have $5 million, they're not going to be just putting that in savings, but let's just use it as an example because I want to put apples to apples. So here, this slide demonstrates the growth potential of tax preferred savings. All right, so for the wealthy, we have the capital gains because that's primarily who's investing in capital gains property. We not only have deferral, but we have tax preferences. So your money grows faster over time and you're taxed less on it. So on this slide, we see that if you took somebody who had 5 million in capital gains investment, and then you've got somebody who saved theirs for the 5 million, you can see that for the normal growth over 10 years, and I didn't create this chart, I got it from somebody else. You have almost 2 million more in growth for capital gains and 200,000 less in tax liability. Do we think that's accidental or was that intentional? We know who's benefiting from capital gains property, and we got the preferences. And if we want to encourage savings, why are we not having preferential rates for savings? Why not give the same opportunities to people who save? Because the system isn't built that way. Here, we see from the Trump's tax cuts that there's another way in which they kind of hid more tax relief. We dropped down to 15% on capital gains for somebody who has 400. I use examples. Somebody who has 45,000, who's earned 45,000, paying the same rate as somebody making 445,000. Does that even make sense that we're going to call this a progressive system? It doesn't. But again, the system isn't designed to be progressive. It's not designed for equality. It's designed to keep financial instability, because the people who have the financial instability are the people who are spending the money. We need to keep them that way so that our capitalistic society thrives. So again, when I think about that line, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled, because whenever I start my tax class every semester, I ask students the same thing about, their views on tax policy and wealth tax or estate tax, income tax, capital gains, and they all raise their hands. These are wonderful things. And by the end of the semester, when they learn how this stuff works, they're mad. How come we didn't know this? And the thing I tell them is, now remember, you guys are amongst the most educated in society and you didn't know. So imagine how easy it is to trick all these other people out here who are voting for things that don't benefit them. In fact, things that work against their interests, because that's the way it's sold. All right, so how do we know that capital gains primarily benefit the wealthy? Here we have the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. They report that in 2019, the top 15% got almost all the benefits from preferential rates and tax policy. So while they got us believing that all you have to do is invest, that you're going to be getting these benefits, the fact of the matter is they know that the people who are on the lower end are financially unstable enough that they're not going to have the extra income to be able to invest in capital gains. And obviously, if you're investing in capital gains, there's some investment involved, which means there's some risk of loss. And if you're already at the bottom, taking any kind of risk with your money is unsettling. So why can't we give the same benefits to savings accounts that we give to capital gains? Or better yet, why not switch the benefits? Switch them to giving preferential rates to savings and tax capital gains at ordinary rates. Clearly, it's not about saving, because if it were, they'd be treated the same. Clearly, it's not about reward for doing your hard work and investing in your own future, because we can see that there's a different tax treatment in one vehicle versus another based on who's more likely to use those vehicles. I took a lot of time in picking these graphics. So I'm glad you like them. All right, so the unrealized capital gains, that is one of the key drivers of wealth inequality. And it's actually vital to any discussion we talk about wealth tax, tax reform, and estate taxes. According to the Federal Reserve data, in 2019, 98%, in the top 10% had 98% of the unrealized gains, valued at 1.7 million bucks. And by comparison, you had 40% of families in the bottom 20 who had, and this is all unrealized capital gains, not all capital gains, who had 100,000. That's a huge difference. But we're protecting these unrealized gains because we're trying to promote investment. We're trying to help people get to the next level when we know full well who's benefiting from that. And how better can they benefit from that is if they can keep it until death. Because if we can keep it till death, I mean, you don't need the resources now, then of course you can get that tax free. You never pay any taxes on these unrealized gains. The people on the lower end, even if they're able to invest in capital gains property, even if they're able to hold it for a while, in most instances, at some point they got to cash that in, whether that's retirement or buy a house or some other major financial event. So when we're looking at wealth inequality, unrealized capital gains is one of the driving forces. Now, I mentioned by income, and now I'm going to shift to race. From this Tax Policy Center report, we see that white households overwhelmingly own unrealized capital gains property between 1989 and 2019. That's not by accident. We have this data. So why aren't we putting in comparable instruments to help other communities thrive and build wealth like we have with this community? Doesn't cost nothing. Here, I pulled just a 5-year review of the tax expenditures for unrealized capital gains. That's about 180 billion bucks. So again, I ask you the same question I asked before. If we're saying we don't want to use our tax dollars to fund reparations because we don't want to be taking money out of our pockets to pay for these other people for something we didn't do wrong, then people who are not benefiting from these policies shouldn't have to pay their tax dollars to subsidize this, right? Can we treat taxpayers equitably on different sides of the transaction? And then the Great Recession and the pandemic happened. These are more recent financial crises that hit different neighborhoods differently. For people who didn't have the wealth built up, people who ended up losing their homes through the Great Recession because the subprime loans, and I've already written a different paper about that, but losing their homes, which is probably the most valuable asset that they had for wealth building, hit Black neighborhoods and Hispanic neighborhoods harder than any other demographic. All right. And then you got the pandemic where unemployment hit Black and Hispanic neighborhoods differently than anyone else. But look at the financial reports of the billionaires, they increased during times of economic woes for the majority of the people. So again, wealth matters, and how you build wealth, it matters. So when we're thinking about different ways to address, which we've been talking about all morning, there are some different ways in which we can address it. Here's the Biden proposal for the billionaire minimum income tax. We heard this morning that inequality is a crisis for America, not just for Black folk. Okay, so with this growing attention towards inequalities and some political support, not enough, but still some, I've looked at this plan. And the goal is to bring down the effective, to bring up the effective tax rate for billionaires, because we know they have some of the lowest effective tax rates because a lot of their property and gains is in capital gains property. And we also know that capital gains, of course, is taxed lower taxed lower than regular earnings. And then you've got deductions that make it even more problematic for tax liability. So again, there's some intentionality about the tax relief and where it's directed. And I was looking at this proposal. And one of the things I thought about is, okay, so I understand the purpose of it. All right, we're trying to put a tax on the billionaires to make them pay a higher effective tax rate. And we're going to do that with the people who are at 100 million or more. And we think that's going to help bring some revenue in. But the economists say, again, I'm not an economist, I'm looking at what they're saying. They're saying that's not going to be enough to lessen the gap, not the racial wealth gap and not the overall wealth concentration. We also know there's some political feasibility concerns and some constitutional concerns with it. But perhaps that was the whole point. We put this out here, the greatest trick that they ever pulled. We put this out here so that you think we're trying to do something when in fact this is going to maintain the status quo, because we know politically this isn't going to happen, right? So what can we do to try to get some movement? What about wealth tax? We talk about wealth taxes, right? Let's skip one. Wealth tax. Can we look at the wealth tax to help us fund programs to help with wealth mobility for low-income folk? It might mitigate some of the tax benefits, but again, people smarter than me have talked about the fact that it's not going to do enough to bridge the wealth gap, not between the races, not between the income demographics. And some of the same problems we're going to have with the wealth tax is ones we just saw with the billionaire tax proposal. You got some constitutionality concerns, you got some popularity concerns, and yet we're still kind of putting it out there. Going back to that illusion, the earned income tax credit is one of the things that was framed as welfare. It initially started out as a way to provide some assistance to the low-income families to have some sustainability for their families. It became a political issue when we had one of the presidential races and he says, okay, this is welfare. Now, these are the people who are draining our financial resources. So we don't like EITC. And so now we got this overregulation of let's, clamp down and do these tax audits for people who are claiming EITC. These are the people who are financially not in a position to really fight back. What ended up happening is people just stopped claiming it because they didn't want the government coming after them. But what are some of the tax expenditures that are more expensive than the EITC? We've got the exclusion of employers' contributions for employees' medical insurance. We've got, with the OMB estimates as 227 billion annually. All right. The next largest expenditure is, you guessed it, preferential rates for capital gains property. And no tax is higher than that. It is much more of an expenditure than EITC, but because of who we think benefits from one or the other, One is an incentive for subsidies and the other is a handout, even though the incentive costs way more. So what can we do? What are some of the ways in which we can do? Now, we've talked about reducing the exemptions. And one of the ways we can do that is just to do nothing after 2025. Just let it go back to where it was, to the 5 million index, however we want to index it. But how likely is that to happen? When we look over the history of state taxes and we've got the movement up, how often has it ever moved back? We haven't seen that, right? So probably not going to see that now. So why not go after the low hanging fruit? And I say low hanging in the sense of you don't have to create a new tax like we talked about. You don't have to create new rules. All you have to do is get rid of the preferences. Just tax capital gains as ordinary income. See how much revenue you can create. Oh, that's going to cause people to not save anymore. It's going to cause them not to invest anymore. But having capital gives you political power. You're not giving that up because you got to pay a tax on it. All right. Now, if you don't want to pay the tax, give me the property. I'll gladly pay the tax on it. I'll gladly trade places with you, right? So that's, again, low-hanging fruit. Then you've got the stepped-up basis. We can get rid of that in favor of carryover. That's what we do for property in real life. If you transfer the property in real life as a gift, you get carryover basis. What makes that so different? What makes that such an administrative nightmare? What makes that so hard to value when we already got a mechanism in place that handles that? Now, we did try carryover basis twice and it went back twice. So I guess that's one instance where we changed something back, but we changed something back that was favorable to the wealthy, right? I say that to raise the revenue. We can raise revenue through those I've got others. We've got the mortgage interest deduction. That's a whole nother discussion, a whole nother paper I've already written. So there are different ways in which we can take off some of the preferences that help build wealth for one community and try to support wealth for another. And you asked that question this morning, Jordan. I think you asked the question this morning about some of the ways in which we can be more innovative about it. And I'm saying we can do things to help build those pillars that I talked about earlier for the traditionally marginalized communities. And that's through facilitating inheritance, facilitating higher education, home ownership, and investments. Now, we know that education is deemed as, at least sold to us as the great equalizer, but it's not. We know that. So we can't just put our eggs in that basket because, I don't think I gave you this one. For the Federal Reserve, they reported that the median household wealth for a Black person with a postdoctorate degree is equivalent to the wealth of a white person with a high school degree. But a white person with a postdoctorate degree outpaces every other demographic, and it's not even close. So education doesn't work the same way for everybody. One of the reasons is because when you have people who are in the lower income demographics, they got to get a lot of debt to pay for that education. Whereas the person who has a family member who can pay off their education expenses, pay their tuition, pay their housing, put down payments on their houses. There are very, very different ways in which you can build wealth that doesn't necessarily have to wait till you inherit it. So education alone is not going to be enough. All right. We're so far behind with our policies with respect to education. But that's not an excuse not to do something. All right. Florida, of all places, just recently passed the Ocoee Massacre Scholarship. And people who were directly impacted, so their lineage relates to the Ocoee Massacre, or any Black students who live in the city of Ocoee, can apply to the Florida Attorney General for the scholarships. That is a part of the way in which Florida is reconciling with the harm that they cause to a community in a specific community. We have similar legislation in Rosewood, also in Florida. Rosewood's been around a lot longer. I mentioned the Ocoee one because I lived there for a long time, because it's more recent. So there are some different ways, some innovative ways in which we can help with education expenses that's going to make it more affordable and more accessible to people with lower income to keep them from having to get so much debt. We also have Pell Grant. Pell Grants are income-based, a little bit wealth-based because they look at your other assets. But we can also add to Pell Grants some other kind of grants for students who come from a lineage where education has been a barrier or prohibited. So there are some ways in which we can get around the race of it by framing the issues. So we can do it, but we just got to have the will to do it. And like I said, we see some evidence of that in Florida, of all places. So if Florida can do it, certainly the United States can do it. Then you've got home ownership. We know that that is an essential element of wealth building. And research demonstrates that Black households are less likely to have a home, to own a home, and less likely to inherit one from their families. While white households have positively reported for both inheritance and both home ownership. So with policies that promote inherited wealth, we got to find a way to bridge these gaps so that we can make housing more affordable and we can make them so that people can keep them. Adjacent to this is heirs property. Our policies regarding property transfer for heirs properties, tenancy in common, we get fractionalized over time. People don't probate the estates and it becomes more problematic as time goes on. While on the other side, we've got trust. Yes, these are things that you're paying for. Yes, these are instruments that do a lot more. Why can't we make trust more affordable or even statutory for families who have history of land loss through inheritance? These are very small changes that can make a big difference in wealth mobility for these communities. And then you've got the investment and retirement. I've already talked a little bit about that, so I'm gonna skip that one for now and get to my conclusion, which is wealth disparities are real. They're not made up, and they've been intentional through these policies that we have seen. Just a snapshot of what I've shown you today. I've got more. You can check out a lot of my different articles on our website at Oklahoma City University Law School. I got all my articles posted there, and you can see the trajectory of all the different ways in which I show that tax policy in particular has been subsidizing wealth for one demographic to the exclusion of the other. And so if we're going to use these tactics to build one community, we can use the same resources to financially support the other in building up their wealth. Thank you.
I think we're running about 20 minutes behind. And so I know people want to get to lunch, but let me just see but we do have time for questions. In other words, if people have, do we have the microphone somewhere? Any questions? Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I have all the questions today.
That's okay.
In regard to homeownership, given what we know about how homes owned by Black people are frequently undervalued, then disparate property tax assessments, and how realistic is it to view homeownership as a means for Black people to build wealth?
I couldn't do it here. I obviously didn't have time to talk about all that here, but in the paper, I do talk about the undervaluation and how Black families are less likely to benefit from the principal residence exclusion that white homeowners benefit from because of the undervaluation. We recently had a story in the newspaper where a Black couple is suing the real estate company and the bank because they had their home appraised again after they whitewashed it, and now all of a sudden it's worth hundreds of thousands more. So even though we have policies that are supposed to be anti-discrimination, we know that the way things work still work to the detriment of Black communities and wealth building tools. So I'll talk about that a lot more in the paper.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. I think all the way down to the lobby. we'll bring it back in a year. To get ready. get started here in a minute. We're still waiting on a few people, so.
Dessert is better than the keynote.
All right. Tony, we still have folks out there coming, right? Oh, we're good? All right, let's get this show on the road. So again, thank you for all the participants. I really enjoyed the range of thought that has been expressed today. It's quite exciting to have that happening here at Pitt Law. So I very much appreciate that. I want to introduce our final speaker of the day today. This is Edward McCaffrey, internationally recognized expert in tax law. Edward McCaffrey studies tax policy, tax structures, public finance theory, including behavioral public finance, something I find really interesting and important in the development of this stuff. He teaches federal income tax at USC and a range of other courses, and is a force of nature within tax law, including creating Sabrina the Unicorn. And maybe you can talk more about that. But I'm going to ask everybody to give a warm welcome to Professor McCaffrey.
Well, thanks very much, Phil. And we're going to get into my PowerPoint slides. I sort of just flew in from LA, so boy, is my mind tired. I got in late last night and I'm on a different time zone. I'll be saying some kind of autobiographical things, some of them characteristically of me, but we'll pick that up. But now I realize I have to talk about Sabrina the Unicorn. Sabrina is my daughter. And she played Sabrina the Unicorn in some live action video that I don't think we'll have time to see. But so I have an incredible large number of PowerPoint slides. And I think we got Terry over there. He's on it. What am I supposed to do, Terry?
We'll stay near the podium.
I'm supposed to stay near the podium. That's difficult. That's difficult for me. So we're going to get some shackles up here. But can we kick the PowerPoint thing in? So, and how's the lighting here? Should we turn the lighting down so you can follow the PowerPoint and take a nap after lunch? No, you're all good. So thank you very much, Phil and everybody. I think as I get into these, and we'll try to, I have too much to say, so I'm going to do the lawyer thing of talking way too fast. So I'm going to talk too fast, but these slides are available. I'm available. Give my email at the end if anybody wants to contact me. I'll be mindful of that 2 o'clock somewhat hard stop. Anytime you have Jonathan Blattmacher here, it costs like $1,000 to be 5 minutes over. So, so we're going to want to get him off and get him on his plane in time. I want to begin. This is my outline. I'm going to talk about why I'm here. I'm very happily here. Then I'm going to go back to the future, 1994. Like, sorry guys, but you were possibles in 1994. But I'm going to go back to 1994 when I began writing about the subject matter I'll be talking about, and then update that. And I'm going to end, kind of spoiler alert, with a really rousing call for more, better, and more vigorous critical tax theory. And I'll be talking about what that means. To begin with, why am I here with a note on insanity? Insanity will sort of ripple through these comments. You have little, sort of evaluations afterwards. You'll just say that guy was insane. That's fine. But my title relates to a quote which about the definition of insanity, which is trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. I thought that quote, I always thought growing up that quote came from Lenin, Marx Lenin. We're going to have some critical theory here. It turns out that nobody really knows who has that quote because so many people have said variants of it. But that idea of insanity, trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. I think the insanity is tax policy. I think wealth taxes and wealth transfer taxes, they don't work. They've never worked. They're not going to work. Face the facts, face the music. Let's get on with it. So that's kind of also a spoiler alert. That's where we're going in these comments. So one reason I'm here is the topic. All of these topic descriptions are things that I've been thinking about for over 30 years, and I'm getting old and I'm feeling like a grumpy old man. I'm feeling like some of the points I tried to make have not been well understood. Shout out to Eric Cadiz, who's a former student of mine, but I do not oppose the estate tax because it falls on savings. I do oppose the estate tax, but we'll talk about that as we go through. So these are topics I've been thinking about. I was a practitioner. I went to Harvard. I go into practice. I work in San Francisco. I read Blottmacher and Gans. I work with billionaires. Keynes had a line. There's a line about John Maynard Keynes that he made his fortune before breakfast and then got on with his day. I sort of do estate planning before breakfast. I think it's simple. I think it's easy. Read Jonathan, read Carlin, set up an ITID, set up a GRAT. It's always been pretty simple. So I was a practitioner, then I got into practice, and I've been thinking about exactly what this conference is about, the role of tax policy in dealing with wealth inequality and dealing with dynastic wealth. So I'm very happy to be back with some, good friends and colleagues. Another reason, and I'll give this to at least Tony and Phil and anybody else who's a sort of aficionado of the University of Pittsburgh. Before the 90s was this thing called the 1980s. And I know I look incredibly young, but I was on the job market in the 1980s. And I wasn't really a typical candidate because when I went to Harvard, I didn't do the law review, didn't go to law school to work for a silly magazine. I worked in poverty clinics. I did other stuff like that. I'm coming out of Harvard. My two great credentials were that I had gotten A+ from Bill Andrews in corporate tax and Roberto Unger in reinventing democracy. And that didn't make me very attractive on the job market to some schools, but I had an offer in hand from Pittsburgh and I loved Pittsburgh. I was walking around Pittsburgh, the Iron District, these rivers, this beautiful city, the cathedral of, what it's a cathedral of. And there was Larry Froelich and Bill Brown, these wonderful tax professors. And I was almost going to come to Pittsburgh until I got an offer from USC. And family and third parties just think it's better to live in Southern California. So the rest is history. But I always had a fondness for Pittsburgh, and I'm very glad, happy, honored to be back here today. And then kind of continuing that, the people. I know Jonathan, I've actually talked to Jonathan about client matters. We're going to see, I'm going to put up an article that quotes both Jonathan and me. So you'll have both of your keynote speakers in the same text. The last time I think I saw Jonathan, we were at Hawaii. He was speaking at the Hawaii Tax Institute. We have a good friend who runs that. Carlin McCaffrey comes from what is widely known as the better branch of the McCaffrey family. They spell their name R-E-Y at the end, and they become rich and famous, as you can see in the news today about Christian McCaffrey, who's an R-E-Y McCaffrey. The E-R-Ys become like tax lawyers. But it's delightful to be here. Eric, as I've already said, is a former student of mine. Khalid, who's at Pittsburgh now, is a recent student of mine. I really admire the scholarship of many people in this room. It was nice to see Mitch before too. Okay, so here you're not seeing the red, but here's the suffering of the young me, a story, a puzzle, and an answer. So the puzzle is a puzzle I think Eric actually alluded to. Why don't we have wealth transfer taxes? More generally, why don't we have wealth taxes? What's up with the 99%? We got a democracy, people. 99 outvote 1 by most math, maybe not the new math, but why don't we have it? And not only that, but why is it not popular? So I was thinking of that when I wrote one of my first big law review articles, The Uneasy Case for Wealth Transfer Taxation. And then I go off on visiting at Yale Law School. The article, I had another article on sex discrimination. The article gets accepted by the Yale Law Journal. It's an argument against the estate tax. I'll go through the argument. It's not because the estate tax deters savings. It's a more nuanced argument. It's a liberal argument. It's a progressive argument. I have another piece in Philosophy and Public Affairs from 1994, the political liberal case against the estate tax. It's a bad tax for liberals. So the Yale Law Journal, I'm very honored. I'm untenured. I'm visiting at Yale. The Yale Law Journal has accepted my piece. And then comes news that some faculty have asked the Yale Law Journal to have a meeting to reconsider, we're in page first, to reconsider the acceptance of my article. And I thought, yeah, that's not what Phil's face. I didn't know this happened. I've never heard of it since. I didn't hear of it then. I'm a little untenured punk, just trying to write the truth, speaking truth to power. And I find out. So fortunately, Eric, thank you. Thank Kirk Stark, who was another of my students then, who I think was on the journal. The Yale Law Journal sticks to their guns. They're still going to publish my paper. But then I get visited. I get visited by distinguished colleagues in the tax field who tell me, don't publish your paper, or at least change the ending. If Newt Gingrich gets hold of that, they're going to get rid of the estate tax, and the blood's going to be on your hands. So as a young, untenured person who hadn't been on the law review and didn't know this kind of thing happened, I had a stressful night or two. I thought, what should I do? Should I change the ending? It's my book. It's my story. I wrote the ending. Should I change the ending? And then I thought, really, still as a young punk, now I'm an old punk, but then as a young punk, I thought, no, and hell no. What we don't need is symbols. The estate tax is a symbol. It's a meaningless, empty symbol. It doesn't actually tax the rich people. I knew that from practice. I knew that from what I did before breakfast. So the end of that story, I write a new concluding section to my 1994 Law Review article. This article suggests one rather large part of an answer to the puzzle. Why don't we tax? Why doesn't liberal tax? Why don't we tax the rich? Why don't we have a wealth transfer tax? Practical liberal politics have gotten our objective social values wrong. Big theme of mine, like I'm growing up in the 80s, I see that Reagan turn, right? So a big theme of mine is like Democrats are right. My parents, like Irish Catholic, we heard the Irish being shouted out this morning. So I'm an Irish Catholic. I'm growing up in New Jersey. So I'm like a kind of Joe Biden guy. My parents idolized JFK. We've got the painting on the wall of JFK and the Pope. That's been the crucifix in the other room. So that's where I'm going. I thought Democrats were right. They were kind-hearted. They were liberal. They were into social justice, but they got tax wrong. And guess what? It turns out that tax matters. So Ronald Reagan gets to become president. This anti-taxation fervor sweeps the nation, and Republicans are not in the majority when it comes to civil rights, when it comes to their attitudes on voting rights, when it comes to their attitudes on reproductive autonomy, a whole bunch of things. Americans support liberal causes, but not taxes. And I thought, well, that's the liberals' problem, because the liberals have shitty tax policy. So this article suggests that one rather large part of an answer to the puzzle. Practical liberal politics have gotten our objective social values wrong. They've dwelled on poor institutional means for advancing the liberal program. The income and the estate taxes are poor means to the end of redistribution, have put the people to hard choices between progressivity and productivity, the equity efficiency trade-off. Mitchell was talking about it, blah, blah, blah. You tax wealth, you tax people's hard-earned wealth, you tax what they built up, you destroy the economy, you destroy families, you destroy jobs. You've made, because of your poor tax policy, you've made that the trade-off, and have most and worst of all failed to listen. The people are not illiberal, their liberal leaders have failed them. This did not get me a job at any of the top law schools in America, and that's part of the story. I get coded as a conservative. I get locked out of all the liberal, politically correct places to go, and I just keep at it. And here I am. They haven't killed me yet. So we're talking, and I'm still talking. So here's what I thought, and here, Eric, is kind of a quick summary. I know I write too long. These law review articles are ridiculously long. But here's a brief summary. By the way, another shout out to Eric, too. Not only is Eric an aficionado of windfalls, he wrote a wonderful law review article called Windfalls, and he makes a very powerful argument that they should be highly taxed because there are no disincentive effects if you tax windfalls. It's a really brilliant piece. So here's my 1994 piece, and it began really, the motivating thing was my time in practice. So the wealth transfer tax system is not working. It's not working for any goal. It's not raising money, and it's not redistributing wealth. It's just not. We'll see that throughout today's talk. A titan, people at that time, early 1990s, were writing, well, let's tighten it up. We've heard echoes of that today, total pessimism that it could happen, but we've heard echoes of that today. And in the 1990s, someone had written an article, I think Mark Asher had written an article in favor of a confiscatory tax. So I said, well, as a thought experiment, suppose we did that. Suppose we obviated Jonathan. Jonathan has now left because he got a reference to him and he caught the plane and you go, girl. All right, so thank you, Jonathan, for being here. But imagine if we had that. Like you die and the government takes 100% of what you own, period, end of story. What would happen? Well, first of all, that would be inefficient and unwise. That would have economic effects. Eric's not so sure about that, but whether it does or not, that would be unpopular. Many people are referring to it today. But also, and here's a key point in my talk, it might even be counterproductive on literal grounds. We haven't done the work of building the theory. We don't know what we want to do and why we want to do it. If you tax, you got a back-ended wealth tax and you make it confiscatory, you encourage present consumption. What I call estate planning 101. We'll get to tax planning 101, which is now just buy, borrow, die. Estate planning 101 is spend it all and die broke. Duh. So is it a better world in which Elon Musk has an incentive to spend $232 billion now, before Elon Musk dies? You know how much damage you can do with expenditures of over $200 billion? Look at the price tag of the Ukraine-Russia war. You can destroy countries by spending $200 billion. It's a massive externality threat. And we would encourage the earlier in life transmission of wealth, things that Carlin and other people have talked about. You shut down the financial transmission of wealth at the end. You encourage, here's a good thing. You want to think of good things about the dynasty trust structure, the current wealth transfer tax structure, what it pushes people to do. Well, here's one thing: you inherit your money late in life. You set up a dynasty trust with a series of life estates. Rich people live for a long time. White rich people live for a long time. So these people, the primary life estate holders, are living into their 80s and 90s. Their kids are getting the money when they're in their 60s or 70s. Maybe that's good. We don't know. We don't have theory. So we push to the early, put the kids on the payroll, give them human capital, even more over-educate them. Is that a better world? Okay, we have less financial transmission, but more of a push to get the kids a head start early in life. We don't know what we're doing. We haven't systematically worked through our theory. I also thought then in 1994 that better alternatives existed, particularly a progressive consumption tax. Then I get coded as a one-trick pony who just keeps talking about a progressive consumption tax. But I go on to work out progressive spending tax, tax people when they spend. You don't need an estate tax because dead people don't spend. Tax the heirs when they spend. That's how a progressive spending tax would work. And do it at progressive rates. And do it at rates that hit the 90% bracket. Because guess what? If you hit the 90% bracket, and Sheldon Adelson, we'll hear back from Sheldon, who, God rest his soul, recently passed away. We'll see Sheldon in a minute. But when Sheldon makes $100 million campaign contribution, as he does every 2 years, under my tax system with the progressive spending tax and rates that go as high as 90%, as America had in the 1940s, 50s, and into the 60s. And let's say, just to really pose your minds of what the hell am I thinking about? Any spending over $50 million a year, any spending over $50 million a year, doesn't apply to too many of us, would be in the 90% bracket. Now Sheldon Adelson, who today can write a check for $100 million in a tax efficient way, would need $1 billion. He would have to pay $900 million of tax in order to get $100 million to keep spending as on political contributions. That's doing something, okay? That's moving the needle. So better alternatives exist, and I tried to work that out over the years. And certainly what I thought in 1994 is we need better and more creative normative tax theory. We think we're perfecting an income plus an estate tax because on day one of our class in law school, we were learning about an income tax. We're assuming the can opener. We're assuming the end of the story. We have to have an income tax. We have an estate tax. Oh my God, they're not working. Can we fix them? Can we fix them? Let's have a conference that 22 people attend. And none of us are Joe Manchin or Kirsten Sinema, right? So that's what I thought then. That's what I think now. I'm going to add to that. Well, here's what I think now. Wealth taxes are not working. I'll get into more detail later, but we're not taxing the rich people. The rich people getting richer than ever, not despite of tax, because of tax. We don't tax rich people. Wealth transfer taxes are not working. See everything we've been talking about today. See the numbers that Professor Tate with an E put up. We're not raising any money. It's silly. Wealth taxes have never worked. The next section of my talk will be never means never. So I'll give you a little hint of what I mean by never. But wealth taxes have never worked. Wealth transfer taxes have never worked. None of the things that we're talking about today as solutions to the problems of inequality have ever worked at any time in any society in any place. That's a fact. And we'll go through it more. So now what I think is we need better, more. I'm still my little Michael J. Fox self from the 1990s. We need better, more creative, and more critical. Tax theory's got to get people, not just the people who know tax. We got to open this up to the rest of the economy. The rest of the economy's got to start paying attention to us. Public policy people got to start thinking about tax. You've got a massive problem. I agree with not the problem with dynastic wealth, the problem with inequality of capital. It's a huge problem. We think that tax is the tool to address it. Tax is not addressing it. We need help. And we're not getting help from just working out the ideal logic of a comprehensive tax base. All right, so here I promised you the bunch of slides. Never means never. So never means never. There's never been serious taxation of wealth anywhere. So it's not even an issue until the beginning of the 20th century. We just don't have large taxes anywhere. And here's my claim. No society has ever addressed its problems of inequality with a progressive tax system. We have wars, we have revolutions, we have deaths, but there's never been a progressive tax system. Couldn't even be possible before the 20th century because taxes were so low. Adam Smith thinks a steeply progressive tax is a 5% tax. America went to war, it's a tax rebellion. The taxes were between 1% and 3% excise taxes. We didn't have large numbers. These numbers were small. At the dawn of World War II, the payroll tax, which was at the time a 1% tax, matched by the 1% contribution. It's a 2% tax on payrolls. The payroll tax is the major tax in America until through 1939. I mean, these are small taxes. They're not even trying. The early income tax had a surcharge that went up to 5%. I'll talk about a little shout out to bracket manipulation. FDR, we'll get into Professor Tate with an E. We'll get into some of the propaganda at the root of the income tax. The top tax rate under I think it was like 770,000, something like that. I translated it out to like as of 2020, the last time I did it, it was about 5 million. People who had income of $5 million or more were subject to the highest tax bracket under FDR's most progressive plan. Question, how many people were in that bracket? Answer, 1. John D. Rockefeller, brought to the attention of FDR, and his response was he can afford it. But we've always had these symbolically high rates that nobody pays. Do it on the corporate side too, symbolically high rates. So we've had buy, borrow, die. If you don't know buy, borrow, die, there's the shout out to Sabrina the Unicorn at peoplestaxpage.org. We made cartoons, a 60-second cartoon. Another point, I mean, tremendous credit to Jonathan Carlin, these other David Herzig, these tremendous practitioners who do very elaborate things to get out of the estate tax. The income tax is easy to get out of. It's buy, borrow, die. Buy assets that appreciate without producing cash, borrow against the appreciation if you want to spend, and then die. Get out of the estate tax by borrowing up to the hilt and dying broke. See Donald Trump, king of debt. So that's been easy. Elon Musk doesn't pay any tax. Jeff Bezos doesn't pay any tax. Warren Buffett pays a little bit of tax because he wants to look like he pays a little bit of tax. That's what the world is, and we've had that since the Macomber case of 1920. We didn't need to have non-dividend paying growth stocks, but boy, do we have non-dividend paying growth stocks now. So that's always been the case. The rich people know it. You know, academics didn't want to listen to me. They didn't want to say it's as simple as buy, borrow, die. And I would say, well, what's wrong with the analytics of buy, borrow, die? What legal step did I miss? They couldn't say anything, so they just assumed the problem away. They would say, I had no data to support it. I would say, why the hell would you need data? It's an analytic claim. I can prove to you in 10 minutes that I have a way for rich people to pay no tax. You don't want to listen, but you don't think rich people want to listen? I know they do. I do a little bit of consulting to help pay my kids' tuition bills. And the problem is I can't run up the hours. You know, you can save people, you know, Carolyn knows this. I mean, you got to write the documents. But the advice it takes to save people hundreds of millions of dollars takes like minutes to explain. It's kind of weird. Anyway, so the ProPublica go out, they do it. Then after they do it, then people in Congress call me up because they think I'm a genius. I'm like, I'm just put 3 words on something that's been true for 100 years. So they find the 25 wealthiest Americans. Guess what they do? They play buy, borrow, die. What does Elon Musk do? All of his wealth is in the shares of Tesla. What does Tesla do? Not pay dividends. How'd you figure that out? You read McCaffrey? I don't know. You listen to Warren Buffett circa 1965. Buffett takes over Berkshire Hathaway, and ever since Berkshire Hathaway has only declared a dividend once, and Buffett has apologized saying he must have been in the bathroom. It was a 10-cent dividend in 1967. $1,000 of invested in Berkshire Hathaway in 1965 would be worth $20 million today, and not a nickel of tax would have been paid along the way. So they know how to do it. Of course, they knew it before we knew it. Duh, they're rich. That's what they do. And if they can't figure it out, their advisors will figure it out for them. Here, I want to play with this for just a little bit. Here's another part of the never says never. Not only have wealth taxes never been successful and wealth transfer taxes have never been successful, we've always had inequality. So here's from Thomas Piketty, very important book, Capital in the 21st Century, 2017, different edition, 2013 translated from the French. It's a little bit older than that. But I made this table for an essay I wrote and published on it called The Meaning of Capital in the 21st Century. And here's what we have. You've heard talk of some statistics like this throughout the day. But Piketty, it's an astonishing book. I had the pleasure of meeting Piketty over at Caltech. Astonishing book, and Piketty has a whole team of people now. Emmanuel Siez and Gabe Zuckman, but he had a whole team, just massive. He's got a whole lab, and they run like econometric data across countries, across centuries, across nations. It's an astonishing econometric historical data work. And he's coming to talk about inequality. So the book, Capital in the 21st Century. So what this is, there's the top 1%, here's the top 10%, and what percentage of the nation's labor and capital, the 2 great factors of production, what percentage do they own? So here's the US 2010, but we're really between here. Here's his trend line. So he's predicting by 2030, the top 1% will own half of America's wealth. The top 10% will own 90% of America's wealth. We're on pace to get that. So outweighed by 50 times, outweighed by 9 times. You can see, as people have alluded to, wealth inequality is more severe than income inequality. Income obviously manipulable, but there you see it. Now let's look down. Here's the low inequality. Piketty wants to say choices are possible. We could have a global tax on capital and life would get better. So here's low inequality. Notice what medium inequality is. For capital, the top 1% own a fifth. That's like a reasonably equal egalitarian state as Piketty sees it. So here's what it looks like for a low inequality. If the top 1% only own 10%, if they only punch 10 times their weight, and the top 10% only own 30%. Now, the payoff from all that blah, blah, blah is Piketty couldn't find those cells. Piketty could not find in the history of histories a low inequality capital state.
capitalism, just some people save, some people don't. Some people get rich, some people don't. Yes, there are patterns. It's the white men who are getting rich, but it's not everybody, and it's never been in everybody. And there's something seemingly intrinsic and transcendent across times and cultures that we're going to have unequal ownership of wealth and unequal ownership of capital. Now, I'm continuing. This is never means never. So I've talked about there have never been wealth taxes. Those trend lines that Piketty talks about have never been checked. It's not like America was going towards great inequality and, oh, we had good tax policy in the 50s and we reset the clock. Steady trend line, monotonic increase in the level since World War II and the macroeconomic devastations of World War II. Monotonic increase in America's capital concentration. So here, I'm dividing world. This is where I was hoping Jonathan would still be here, but the private jets have their own schedules. The life before Jonathan. I told him my coined phrase. There's BJ and AJ. So before Jonathan, George Cooper had written a book. George Cooper, an academic at Columbia, King's College, at Columbia, had written a book called Voluntary Tax, New Perspectives on Sophisticated State Tax. It was really a Brookings project where he just went out and he interviewed people. His case study of people who paid no tax were the DuPonts. Those of us old enough to remember are thinking they were doing that with like a $30,000 exemption in the 1950s. Howard Hughes' tax planning, which is something like the Patagonia setup. So Howard Hughes creates a 501c3, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. When he dies, Howard had problems getting along with human beings. So when Howard dies, he gives to his 501c3 all the ownership of Hughes Aeronautics, Hughes Defense, the big defense company, and the company never paid dividends. So it didn't have shareholders. It didn't have shareholders who wanted money. It was a reinvesting machine. It got to be one of the largest corporations in the world. The IRS had to come in, and that's the genesis of the 5% minimum payout rule, which Howard Hughes litigated. They litigated against the retroactive application of that, and they won. The Howard Hughes people won, or kind of they won politically. Now, life after Jonathan. So that was a very quick slide. I know we got a lot of things to do. We're running out of time. That was a quick slide. Estate taxes have always been voluntary. The DuPonts didn't pay the estate tax, right? Carnegie Mellon didn't pay estate taxes, okay? So it's always been voluntary. That was before Jonathan, after Jonathan, and Carlin and other fine practitioners, but it's just more fun to make fun of Jonathan relentlessly. After Jonathan, it's a duh. And here's our duh. No, you know what I did? I turned the whole thing off. No, there we go. Here's our duh. So there's Sheldon Adelson reporting from Zach Miter, friend of mine. This is the article that quotes both Jonathan. It's Jonathan's device, the Grat. And I get quoted in there. I get quoted in, this is what happens when you're a public figure. I get quoted in there saying the 800-pound gorilla in the story is unrealized depreciation. And I got kind of really nasty critical email about how gorillas don't weigh 800 pounds, which turns out to be true. They don't weigh 800 pounds. So here's Sheldon Adelson, recently passed away, God bless. But this story chronicles, using Freedom of Information Act things, how Sheldon Adelson got $8 billion out of his estate, tax-free. And I know, I get it, right? You're all thinking, God, but it was Jonathan Blundmacher. How could it only be $8 billion? It was at a time when the exemption level was, I think, 675,000. So under today's 12.9 million per person, I'm sure Jonathan could do more. So what you had to do, you have to pay Jonathan. Carlin, thank for your oligopolistic competition that keeps Jonathan's rates down. But that's all you have to do. So it's not, it doesn't mean no one pays it. People get surprised by early deaths. Some people don't mind paying an estate tax. Some people actually don't like their kids by the time they die with wealth. See King Lear. But in any event, it's a tax. So neither the wealth tax nor wealth transfer taxes have ever worked. And now we're back to the definition of insanity. Why would anybody think they ever would? All right, so wealth transfer taxes today, just a quick slide, kind of more responsive to the most narrow conception of what this conference is. they're obviously on life support. You've seen this stat. Professor Tate, I think other people had listed the number of 706s. I like to put it in the form that there are fewer 706s every year than there are members of the American College of Trust and Estates Council, which I'm one. I think Carlin's one too. So they're all fighting over very small pieces of the pie. I think it's at a lobbying equilibrium. I think the whole story now is BS political lobbying, much like the carried interest story. I think Congress, yes, Congress is paying a lot of money to meet the state tax, but you know what else? Congress gets paid a lot of money to keep the gift in the state tax. Why would Congress get paid a lot of money to keep the gift in the state tax? Because the rather precise structure of our wealth transfer tax system has encouraged dynasty trusts. Again, I'm an old guy, remember I said that? So I get my start in the state planning when the 86 Act, 1986 Act, and you have to capital from the generator, you can be told they have been in the tax in 1 to 6 to 86. So fives, cones, very open vocabulary, generation system tax. But you could have $2 million per grandchild. We'll talk about quantity, not quality, because the Gallo lobby for it, the Gallo mining company, Robert Gallo, the California people today. But and they have like 32 branches. So each of the branches got $2 million top. Where did the $2 million tops go? They went to South Dakota, they went to Alaska, they bought second insurance policies, they created the seed money. And then in 2010, what do we get in 2010 under Obama? We get a reunification of the gift in the state tax at the $5 million level. Abraham gave us $5 million gift in generations. He gave us the $5 million. That Obama gave us to activated the second gold rush in setting up South Dakota Dynasty Trust. So we created these dynasty trusts, but having created them, they have mouths to be fed. They become a lobbying force. Trust and insurance companies are paying to keep the estate tax. So it's a game in which Congress gets money anytime there's plausible estate tax reform on the table, and it never really happens. The answer to the question, when has the estate tax exemption ever gone down? Once in 1934 to bring it back into sync. It went from 50 to 40,000 to bring it back into sync with the gift tax. And then again, back to that big, huge theme of my things, we don't have normative theory, people. You could tell a story in which dynasty trust may be the good thing, because dynasty trusts lock the capital up. It's kind of like self-inflicting harm. The trustees become forces to try to keep the wealth in the trust, and the second, third, fourth generations have a hard time getting it out of the trust with various kinds of spendthrift clauses and so forth. And maybe you're keeping, radical, consumptive, luxurious living from breaking loose. You just don't know. We need to think through all these issues more than that. All right, and then here's the surprise, and a shout out to Professor Tate with the knee. It was always the plan. And here's one of my favorite, kind of critical law review articles. Carolyn Jones, wonderful woman academic. I think she's at St. Louis for a long time. I've just gone through retirement. Class tax to mass tax, the role of propaganda in the expansion of the income tax during World War II. We had like Irving Berlin writing songs, and they knew they would put out a tax with these very high rates and make little people think that the rich people were paying these really high rates, so they wouldn't complain about their modest rates. And that's always been the plan. Symbolic taxes on rich people provide cover for here regressively structured Social Security taxes. Roosevelt's FDR's tax policy to the right of Herbert Hoover's. All right, so here's time. We need it. I know we're getting tired of listening to me. Energy lagging a little bit. Let's bring in the heavy hitters with Warren Buffett. There's class warfare, all right, but it's my class, the rich class, that's making war, and we're winning, right? They know it. They're not paying taxes. They have capital. They don't need to work. They didn't have to wear masks during COVID. The rich are getting richer, which means the poor are not, right? So that's been the story. That's always been the story. And tax policy is the alpha and omega of that story. It's not an exception. It's not a corrective. It's a cause. So here's some sites to some of my crap you can see that with. All right. So here, just getting down there, here's the positive programmatic part, because I'm seeing guys thinking, this has been great, but we need a little more marks. And we'll get that. We're going to satisfy the non-Republican senator socialists in the mix. So one thing, shout out to Tony and Fancy. As many of, I think if you're at Pittsburgh, you should know this, but Tony has been kind of the godfather of critical tax theory. He sort of kept it alive. You can look at his webpage, his bio on his webpage really weaves together, and it's just an interesting piece of like personal exegesis. It weaves together Tony's interest in comparative tax and basic tax policy and critical tax theory. And I think all those things are connected. My little quibble for Tony is when he says on his webpage that he's a proponent of critical tax theory, he puts in parentheses, there's a parentheses, and the parentheses is i.e. the study, something like, paraphrasing now, not with the i.e., the i.e. the study of how tax impacts subordinated groups. And I would say, I love everything there except the i.e. I don't think that's all that we should mean by critical tax theory, and I'm going to be explaining that. I think how tax adversely impacts women and Black and brown and immigrants and all kinds of subordinated groups, absolutely 100%. That's part of critical tax theory. But I think critical tax theory has a methodology that I think is important. And you know that, so I'm not really tweaking you. But I'm basically saying I'm happier with an EG on your webpage than an IE. So here's another 1990 stories that picks that up. I'm also working around 1994 in my young punk self on a book called Taxing Women. And Taxing Women was when I was thinking like the estate tax doesn't work, so liberals have a stupid idea. And then I was also thinking, boy, tax is sexist as hell. And Grace Blumberg had written about that. Grace at Buffalo, and then she moved to UCLA. So I picked up that work, and one of the first law review articles I wrote was about how the tax laws had disparate impacts on women. And it was the first workshop I ever gave at USC. And I gave the workshop, and it was what people called then, I don't know if people call these things different terminology today, but it was a disaster. Widely considered to be an awful workshop. And people came to me afterwards, and I remember a leader at the school came to me and said, we hired you to do tax, not political theory. Another colleague came to me and said, Ed, can't you count? I said, well, I think I can. I think I'm okay in that. I hope. Can you count? He said, you don't need any women votes to get tenure. There are not enough tenured women to control that. So based on those two comments, I said, I'm giving a big middle finger to the academy. I went to graduate school to learn economics. I wrote a master's thesis, and then I write a piece in 1993, which is the first Yale Journal article about how tax plays a cyclical role in discrimination against women. And I say there, one of the things I say there is it's not just the gender gap. Don't just look at the gender gap. Women can get paid like men if they act like men, but that's not fair. Why don't we change the way men act? And guess what gets people to change their behavior? Tax laws. The practical recommendation of that 1993 Yale article of mine was that we should tax married men more and married women less. So that got me kicked out of other clubs. So now I'm in no clubs whatsoever, but it's around 1994. And Nancy Stout, who's a young woman scholar at SUNY Buffalo, which was in a really interesting place in the 1990s, and Cinda Finley, they had an explosion of crits there. So it's really fun. And Buffalo, like Pittsburgh, really kind of a charming city when it's not buried under massive amounts of snow. So I went to Buffalo, and I went to this conference. Nancy organized it. Nancy goes on to become dean of Washington University. She's my colleague briefly at USC. Now I think she's president of the Rand Institute. So Nancy's had a great career and a wonderful, wonderful, energetic woman. So Nancy organizes this conference on critical tax theory. And I go and I'm presenting some of the tax and women work and other people are doing things and it's all interesting and fun. And then a couple years later, what happens is there's an article written by Larry Zelenak, who's now at Duke or North Carolina or somewhere in North Carolina. And he just shreds the whole critical movement. He actually says McCaffrey, somebody else was okay, but McCaffrey's okay, this other person's okay, and then all these people suck. And it was very negative, ad hoc, criticizing the crits for not having better understanding of technical tax doctrine and, you know, picking apart footnotes and blah, 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 blah. And you can go read it. I forgot the name of Larry's article, but it was very, and I told him, it is very uncharitable. Why publish this? Give the people constructive comments, but don't publish it. But he did publish it. And in fact, if you look, we were talking a little bit about it at lunch, the crits got shut out. There are no prominent critical tax theory people at the top, you know, law schools. The top tax law articles that get, you know, not maybe in Pittsburgh Tax Review, but that get published in the top journals, they're not critical. They're not really critical perspectives. When you get the named lectures on tax policy, they're not from a critical perspective. It was like the crits don't know tax. And here's what I am here today to say. It turns out the crits were right. The crits were always right. And they shouldn't have been shut out. So now, few minutes left and getting into some technical stuff. Here's my shout out to Tony, how I think critical tax theory has a methodological component. Again, I was a student. I worked for Roberto Unger. None of you remember who Roberto Unger was, but Roberto Unger was my youngest person I think ever to become tenured at Harvard Law School. And then he took a leave of absence to run for president of Brazil on a progressive platform and didn't work. But that's Roberto Unger, a brilliant guy, prolific guy. You can look up his work. But going back to that kind of, you know, Duncan Kennedy, Gerald Frew, you know, that critical moment we had in the 1980s, 1990s, and what were some elements of that? Well, one is deconstruction. So the idea that tax law is conventional. Is that a natural right thing? We don't have to have an income tax. We don't have to have an estate tax. We don't have to answer the questions that have been asked just because they've been asked that way. We can ask new questions, different questions. We can look at systems and tear them apart and imagine new possibilities that might do new things. Let's have a material critique. Here's our marks for the afternoon set. Look for deep explanations in the large factors of production like labor and capital. That's not everything in life. I know there's some rule for like sex and golfing, but you know, lots of life is capital and labor. Let's think of it as a story. Let's think political economy as a battle between capital and labor. And guess what's happening? That's what Buffett just said. We know there's class warfare and we're winning. Who's we? It's the capitalist class. Capital is winning in life and in tax. It's winning in life, you can read Piketty, but R greater than G. The rate of return on assets, we're having a couple bad years, having a bad year. That'll happen if the public is back. So we have to grab that with the markets, but assets have been wages for 50 years, wages are stagnant, wages are flat against inflation. We've had tremendous productivity growth. The rich are getting richer, and tax is falling more and more heavily on labor and less, if at all, on capital. And then finally, demythologizing. Stop thinking tax is a subject only for the people who understand tax. There are only 12 of us, people. You know who I'm talking to. You're the ones who are still awake. Sorry, shut up. Right? There are not many people who understand. Then it's also, oh, it's technical and you can't get in, you can't come to our party. You can't talk. You got to stand up. You know, Representative Rapp had to have his initial disclaimer. Well, I'm not a tax person. Well, God, yay. Thank you. God bless. Hallelujah. All right. And those people, they do profit from it. You got sort of a vested interest in supporting the thing that supports you, right? That's sort of human nature. And the thing I keep thinking about is Robert McIntyre. If you've seen this documentary, The Fog of War, but McIntyre, obviously a brilliant man, obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but apparently a kind man, a good man, but he sort of gets roped into advising the Defense Department, and he just turns out to recommend this really extreme bombing of Japan. And you just see the steps in his logic going from alpha to omega and leading to massive death. And the thought is, you know, maybe we shouldn't be leaving important things to the best and the brightest. Maybe we need wider input. So anyway, I'll be quick because I'm violating the 2 o'clock thing. But here's then the radical critique. What could critical tax theory do if it brought its full arsenal to the game? So let's start. We have an income plus an estate tax. That's today. That's the status quo. That's the last 100 years in America. So we start with an income tax, which is supposed to tax capital and labor. Macomber again, from capital, from income may be defined as the gain derived from capital, from labor, from both combined. It's got to come from one of those 2 great factors of production, which is a source-based focus. But we don't tax capital because of buy, borrow, die, you know, and everything that follows from buy, borrow, die. That's why we have to have low capital gains rates, because the people don't have to sell it all because they can do buy, borrow, die. And if you don't sell it all, that's bad for the economy and the lock-in effect. We're hostage to our own initial analytic mistakes. So if the income tax is supposed to tax capital and labor, doesn't tax capital, the income tax has to tax labor. Government needs money, government needs to eat, government has to be solicitous about protecting the tax base as a wage tax. It's got to eliminate tax shelters for wage earners, and we get rid of the deductions. And further, once you have a wage tax, can't be that progressive because of the disincentive effects on labor that we know from Mirrlees and other people, economists in 1971, 72. So that's our tax system. This is from an article I wrote a little while ago, so it's 2018. It would just change a little bit. But what I did here, these are the taxes that face, you know, a wage earner who, a non-itemizing wage earner. All your incomes from wages, all your incomes from labor, and you're not itemizing, this is your wage structure. So the idea is the payroll tax is just the lower bracket of a combined system. It's the same base. What's the base of the payroll tax? Wages. What's the base of the income tax that doesn't tax capital? Wages. So we got the same base, and we start in at that 15.3%. Really, by the time we're 50, it's a flat 39%. 40% tax rate. It kicks up that little 0.9% Medicare thing. I actually thought, because there's a quick story about taxing women. I work on taxing women, blood, sweat, and tears. I write this book. I'm hated by my male colleagues for writing Taxing Women, and it makes a very vigorous argument that tax policy is biased against 2-worker families, which is biased against poor people even getting married. Poor people don't get married because there's severe economic consequences for getting married. We tax poor people when they marry. We blame them for their lack of morality, Black men. Come on, Black men, be better dads. Well, how about stop taxing us at 90% rates if we're actually married, right? So Taxing Women comes out, blood, sweat, and tears. The LA Daily News, which is the second newspaper in one newspaper town, but there's this thing called the LA Daily News. I'm a young professor, still kind of these untenured days, and I made headlines, and the headline was, USC professor proves that women shouldn't work. So it took the accounting fact that many married women were just losing money from working and made that normative. So I thought, when I publish this, and then I do my 1994 piece, and Eric thinks I'm a conservative and doesn't like taxing capital. I thought, you know, the whole consequence of all the work I did in this article is that Congress is going to get rid of the Social Security phase out range, because that's the anomaly. That's when Social Security taxes have dropped around 140, right? But they haven't been picked up by the higher income tax brackets yet. So if you just flatten that out, you know, and that's your base, by the way, just your wages, got them from the W-2, nothing to subtract, standard deduction, don't have to keep receipts. TurboTax, H&R Block will do your return for free. They'll sell you upgrades, but they'll do your return for free. All right. Then as for the estate tax, see Jonathan, right? It's obviously not working. That's silly. So now finally, here's what I think we need, like to think in new boxes. That's the speech. That's like enough insanity. Stop trying the same thing that's never worked. Stop trying the same thing that's never worked and patting yourself on the back because the thing you're trying is noble. Try to figure out why it's not working, beginning with why it's not popular. And don't just assume that everybody's an illiberal, boorish person, because if everybody's a liberal and boorish, what's the point anyway? So we have to have hope in human nature. We have to think that people can be reasonably redistributive, that we can put checks on the inequality of wealth before it kills us, as the inequality of wealth left unchecked has killed countless civilizations before us. That's the lesson of Piketty. Let it keep going. The externalities explode, and you need wars. You need wars. World War II was the great economic leveler of the 20th century, because it took a war, a depression and a war, to whack the stock of capital so that labor could get a bigger share of the pie. So we're sitting around, we're not waiting for Godot, we're waiting for a war. We're waiting for a war to blow up shit so we can build up the shit again. And the ordinary people had something to do while we're building up the ship. Those are the facts. So the existing boxes do not hold the answer to social problems. The answer is not in this room. The tax isn't working. Capital's winning in life and in tax. It's not sustainable. Capital inequality gets too severe. There's no reason to work anymore. The rich people don't have to work, and the poor people aren't getting compensated for working. It's a bad place. Read Piketty. Further, the source and wealth-based taxes, either income or estate taxes, suffer from a lot of problems. You keep getting the economic efficiency argument. You want to wave it away, but you keep getting it, and it's a powerful argument. They're not popular, they're not practical, and we lack the political will to do it. Nobody here today has spoken with any hope that anything good will happen. Like half of you were defending the status quo and half of you are critiquing the status quo. 100% of you think nothing's going to happen. The only reason you haven't cut the mic off from me, the closest thing to a socialist here, is no one's listening to me, right? So nothing's going to happen. All right. So then finally, I think we can shift gears. I think we can have use-based taxes. Tax people when they spend. Concede the argument that their saving is good. Who the hell cares? But let them have capital, let them manage capital. Don't let them use their capital for their personal pleasures. If they go to do that, tax them at high rates. Hoist them on their own petard. You care about savings, we'll let you have unlimited savings account. The rub is you can't pull the money out to spend it. Actually, in buy, bar, die, you're shutting down the borrow step. Okay, but I didn't finish the Elon Musk stuff. So Elon Musk's assets, which I think it's not there now, but it got him to be the richest person in the world. I think he hit a peak of like 240 billion. It's all Tesla stock. Tesla doesn't pay dividend. How does Mr. Musk eat, you ask? We know he lives in a small home, but he has a shitload of kids and counting. He's a quantity guy. So how does he do that? He borrows. Well, who would lend Mr. Musk money against his non-publicly traded Tesla shares? Oh, the corporation, the Tesla corporation. His corporation, which is not paying tax because it's retaining earnings, is lending the earnings out to him at the AFR interest rate, which until this year has been less than 1 percentage point. So he's got billions of dollars of debt from his own non-dividend paying company, which is allowing him to live completely tax-free. Jeff Bezos pays no tax, but he spends $1 billion a year on his self-professed hobby. Jeff Bezos used to complain about not knowing what to do with his money. He found a hobby. His hobby is rocket ships to the moon or Mars. And he's spending $1 billion a year on his rocket ship company, which should be a 183 personal thing, in my opinion, but that's a tax detail. And he's not paying tax on that. He's got $1 billion a year of tax-free consumption under buy, bar, die. It's insane. So tax people when they spend, it's much simpler. Income minus savings, unlimited deduction for savings, just track people's spending. Could be more progressive, could tax capital. Works as a universal accession tax because you're taxing the heirs. Problem with today, like not just the heirs get the money from Dynastic wealth, the heirs don't have to pay income. They don't have to pay payroll taxes because God forbid an heir would work. It would look bad on the initial benefactor, right? So they don't have to pay payroll taxes and they can play by bar die. They can be tax efficient investors. That's not that hard. So heirs aren't paying anything today. People who've never worked a day in their lives who are spending more money than my teenage daughters combined. Do you know the combined spending power of my teenage? Anyway. So here's final thoughts. Tax needs a more robust, critical, and inclusive normative theory. Figure out what we're doing. Don't just say, oh, tax is there to tax the rich. Let's have conferences with the tax people on how they tax the rich. Let's hear that they don't tax the rich, and let's just reset. That's not working. We're not doing anything about inequality. Taxes not. So it's just too important to leave to this is a line I put in all my books. Nobody buys my books, but I use them to store sentences that I like. That tax is too important to leave to the too few people who understand it. And with that, it's thank you, Pittsburgh. We're a little bit late. I can stay before I have to go to the airport and take questions, but I think we'll have more official people figure out. I don't know if you have planes to catch or things to do, but thank you. It was great occasion. We talk. Yeah, I mean, if people just want to, is that this is the sense that the conference is over. I think so. So then I will maybe comment on the thanks to Bill, and Tony, and people who were like very helpful on emails and all these things. Not for all their names, I think it was Angela. Yeah. So thank you all for the wonderful stay. We didn't have to do
Yeah, go Panthers. Thank you everyone for coming out, and yeah, thanks to all the staff. Perry over here, who was the champion to just set up over here instead of being at University Club, Amy Change and Deb Geary, and so much staff. And the students were fabulous. Thank you so much, guys. Gloria and Colin and everybody else that's a part of it. So we really look forward to publishing this issue. Should be coming out in the spring. And I hope you guys have a great rest of the weekend. Y'all take care. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Did I keep it up enough?